Good evening. Welcome to this wonderful Valentine's Day meeting. We're glad to have you with us. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Of America, and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with justice for all. All right, item 1.3 is approval of the agenda.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to add some things before we approve the agenda. We have some items on the agenda relating to policy and policy changes that do not meet the existing policy. And that's items 2.03, 0.04, 06, 07, and 08. 03, I believe, is in the best interest to look at right away, but I would like to amend the motion if possible to move 2.04, 2.06, 2.07, and 2.08 to a later meeting when we are sure about the way in which we do policy.
All right, any discussion?
I would back him up on that. There's just a lot of policy on here, especially with the stuff we've got going for 4-day and retirement service credit. There's a lot going on there. So even at least like a first reading would be great.
All right. Any other discussion? If that's an official motion, we will need a second.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion about removing items 2.3 through 2.8?
Leaving 3.
Oh, sorry, 2.4.
4,
Through
6,
2.8.
7, and 8, 4 items.
Madam Chair, as a friend, if I were to accept this as a friendly amendment, that would reduce the need to vote on it. Is that correct? So I've got this cute whole handy book. I probably should have read it before I got here, but because I don't remember exactly what a friendly amendment is.
All right,
If
well-
the maker of the original motion accepts that,
I think for tonight, Matt, we'll just stick with
perfect.
a regular motion, and everyone, just so everyone knows, we all just got these wonderful Robert's Rules of Order. And if anyone needs some great reading, I'm sure you can find this Robert's Rules of Order newly revised in brief, and you can enjoy that at any time, as the board will be doing shortly. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any other
Yes.
discussion?
Sorry, can
Go
I
ahead.
interrupt? I've understood two different things. I've heard first reading and I've heard remove entirely. I think we need to clarify what we're talking about, because if you remove entirely, it's not even a first reading. We just won't be talking about them at all. So I think we need to clarify what the
Thank
motion
you for
is.
that clarification.
My
Let's
motion was
clarify
to
the motion.
remove them.
Okay, and we had a second on that, or Josh, are you?
Um,
And it is possible to second without agreeing with the motion. It is also possible to vote and then also have further discussion.
Can I ask why Jeff, you don't want a first reading, that you want him removed?
Well, right now, the policy well, the existing policy that we have on changing policy is not being met on those items. They do not match the written policy in the way that they're written. So that's why I'd like to remove them until we address 2.03 and come up with how we're going to address policy changes and additions in the future.
So I have a question. Is it possible to move the 2.03 to the first?
That's the
Like, go
first
back
one
there.
before we discuss any other policy.
Right, so if that is passed, then wouldn't it be from that point on, you would follow that policy
Correct.
for changing other policies?
Yes, that is how that would go. If the board votes to approve the policy change to 2.03, then that would be how we would move forward. If the board does not vote to do that, then yeah, we could revisit if the board chooses to leave those policies on for this meeting or chooses to make them a first reading. At any time, someone can make a motion to make a policy change, a first reading for any motion that we have. All right,
And again, the issue that I have is that as of right now, currently, those items do not meet the criteria as spelled out in policy
BFA.
BFA.
And so Jeff, on that one there, is that because you're anticipating this to be 3 separate meetings? One meeting in which it's an information only, no discussion. Second meeting, which would be first reading. Third meeting, which would be second reading and approval. Is that how you're reading that?
No, I think it'd be presumptuous to assume anything on how this is going to go. And that's why I believe these items shouldn't be on the agenda until we establish what the criteria for changing policy is. I think it's premature to have those on the agenda right now.
All right, thank you. We do have a motion on the floor. And Josh, did you agree a second as far as removing those, or? I'm leaving that to you. Because it does, a motion requires a second.
Yes.
And we need to clarify the motion.
Yeah.
Which is Jeff's motion was to remove those items 2.4, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.8.
I'll second it.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion before we vote on removing items 2.04, 2.06, 2.07, and 2.8 from the agenda?
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. If we don't remove those from the agenda and we vote on policy 2.03, and regardless of whether it passes or not, we can move to have the rest of them be first readings still when we go through each policy. So we still can move those to a later meeting, or well, have a first reading and then move to act on them at a later point.
We can do either of those things, yes.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for clarification before we vote? Okay, the motion on the floor is to remove items 2.4, 6, 7, and 8. All in favor of removal for this meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, nay?
Nay.
Chair votes nay as well. So we're gonna have to do a raising of hands because I'm not sure we got everyone's motion. All in favor of, removing those items, please raise your hand. All right, looks like that motion carries. Item 2.4, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.8, we will revisit at another time. Thank you for shortening our meeting, Jeff. All right, we will move to, all right, oh, we still need to approve the agenda as amended. Is there any
So moved.
discussion? Okay, thank you. Do we have a second? We already had well, no, let's have a second.
Sure.
Okay,
I'll second that one.
thank you. All right. All in favor, or is there any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and we will proceed with the agenda as amended. Item 1.4 is introduction of our student board member, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Hello, student board member Megan Dwyer is joining us today. I'm going to give Megan a quick little intro for everyone who doesn't know Megan. So Megan is currently a senior at Elko High School, and There's a long list of things that she's involved in, and I'm going to list those for you. So number one, she is the National Honor Society president at Elko High School. She is a co-president of the Key Club. She is a member of the Student Council as the student body controller. She is a co-captain in speech and debate. She is a member of Mu Alpha Theta. Is that the Math Honor Society one? Yeah, okay. Math Honor Society member. She's a member of the book club. She is a varsity team member for both girls golf and track. She is a member of the Elko High School Continuous Improvement Team for the school. So those schools by requirement have a student member, and that is her. And she is also in the Leukemia Lymphoma Society Junior Leadership Team for the Student Visionaries Program. So long list of awesome things you're involved in. And while she's doing, just a couple of things here and there, she's also maintaining a 4.85 GPA, and she is working to be able to attend Stanford University in the fall of 2023. So very impressive, Megan. Welcome to our board meeting. An applause for Megan. Megan, just as a first timer here with us as a student board member, thank you for being here. And even though your position is what we call a non-voting position, which you did a great job not voting that last motion, your opinion is very valuable. And we do have at least one item that you're probably have a lot of thoughts about. And whether it's that item or others, however you feel, if you feel compelled to participate and give your opinion, just turn the mic on or raise your hand, or however you want to get our attention. Make sure we don't move on with something if you haven't had an opportunity to say something you really like to say. All right, great. Thank you for being here.
All right, Megan, welcome. We are glad to have you here and look forward to your input. All right, we'll move on to item 1.5, recognition of the Elko County School District Spelling Bee top finishers. All right, Mr. Anderson, again.
I'm going to pass it off right there. We're
Not sure where to go or what I'm doing.
Come on up to the mic.
I'm Candace Brown. I work at Spring Creek Middle School. This is my second year of doing the district spelling bee. Unfortunately, last year I didn't get to do it because we came down with COVID, and this year I had to go to a funeral, but I do have the results and I had lots of support. So I'm just going to go with who we have. So 5th grade first was Christian Anderson. And I don't know if Candace is here that has, you have your
I say we have certificates.
certificates?
Right
Oh,
here.
perfect.
Yes. If you'd like to hand those, and then they can.
She's from Liberty Peak Elementary, 5th grade. Good job. That's correct. Her winning word was nanotechnology, or the winning word was nanotechnology. Then we have Alonzo Para from West Wendover Middle School, 6th grade, spelling bee champ. His winning word was subsequent. I hope I have that right too. I'm not even going to try and spell that one. Connell from Adobe, 7th grade, spelling bee champ. I want to say it's Massa, M-A-S-A. Was that the right word? Massa, gotcha. That's why I did not do that. And Monica Beltran from Adobe, 8th grade champion. And the winner, subliminal. Got that one right. Congratulations. You're welcome. Now what they'll end up doing, actually, I'd like to also acknowledge our school site coordinators. From Adobe, we have Brenda Bennett, Carly Goodale, Flagview, Lynn McCary, and she came and helped out with judging, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Jackpot was Delilah Hawley. Liberty Peak was Kyle Priest. He kind of got put on the spot for being our pronouncer, and I think he did a good job. Oahe is Melissa Gensium. Sage is Caitlin Jordan. Spring Creek Elementary is Jennifer Winter. I'm Spring Creek Middle School. Wells combined is Ashley Hansen, and West Wendover is Emily Roberts. And Candace, our district coordinator, came and helped out with the judging, which I had to send the rules beforehand. So thank gosh for the rules. They are now going to go on to represent the Nevada State at the Nevada State Spelling Bee at Bishop Gorman High School on March 25th. So that will be arranged through Melinda Brown. So if you guys have any questions or anything, let me know and I'll help you out any way I can. So congratulations to all our winners.
And good luck in March.
Yes, I was gonna say, any questions or not questions, comments from the board? Matt already gave one. All right, just, yeah, congratulations and good luck as you continue to represent us. That's awesome. If you ever need somebody to come and spell words too, just give me a call. I'll listen to you spell words. That was one of my favorite things in elementary. I love the spelling bees, and so congratulations. All right, we'll move on to item 1.6, receive a presentation from the Flagview Intermediate STEM Club.
Sorry, I'm just looking where to present this from. Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. Okay, hello everyone. We are from Flagview Intermediate School. My name is Miss De Leon and this is Miss Spencer. Together we work to run our school STEM club. STEM teaches students science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I want to share what a wonderful program this is for our students. STEM club is for both 5th grade students and 6th grade students. We have about 16 to 20 continuously returning students that participate every Monday and Wednesday from 3:45 to 5 after school. Project Lead the Way has been made possible by grants our administration worked to get for Flagview and provided us with training materials for this impressive curriculum. Project Lead the Way improves transferring learning experiences for students, teachers across the U.S. It creates an engaging hands-on environment and empowers students to develop in-demand knowledge and skills they need to thrive. It also supports the need to engage students in real-world learning and empowers them to solve real-world challenges. In the end, it inspires them to reimagine how they see themselves. Here's a short video of Project Lead the Way and what we are providing our students. Okay, and that is a curriculum that we are using at Flagview. So. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, let me see if I can turn that off. Okay. So we know that our students have the qualities of great designers and innovators. We are so excited to provide them with these resources of Project Lead the Way to adopt design thinking mindsets through compelling activities, projects, and problems that build upon each other and relate to the world around them. We want to see our students engage in hands-on activities in environmental science, computer science, engineering, so they become creative, collaborative problem solvers ready to take on any challenge. We aspire to see our students become professionals in STEM careers. What Project Lead the Way does is tap into their exploratory nature, engage them in learning that feels like play, and to encourage them to just keep discovering now and for years to come. Recently, students have completed a lesson on forces and interactions. They are learning about effort force, resistance force, simple machines, levers, wheels, and axles, and pulleys. They are building these models with Dex kits. They recently designed a compound machine with simple machines to save a tiger. So here is a short video, if it plays. Maybe it won't. Well, here's a photograph of their students and their projects, their final projects. They were all really excited and they presented it to the whole class. Like I said, they built some compound machines. And this is their excitement at the very end of the completion of their project. Our next project will be energy and collisions, where they learned about potential and kinetic energy. They will design a vehicle that protects an egg from cracking once it collides against the wall after riding down a ramp. The student's goal is to add features to the car that would protect the egg from cracking. So our students have a lot of fun, as you can see. And Project Lead the Way was provided by our principals. So it's available to all our science teachers. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? And it
Is this
looks-
something anybody can do after school? They just sign up for it? or
Yeah,
do
it's
they have
available
go
to all
for it?
students, 5th grade and 6th grade students. Yeah. Yeah, and they can start anytime too. We just encourage whenever they want to come, they're more than welcome to. Yeah, and there's no like requirements that they're all welcome to join.
Thank you for providing
Yeah.
that option. for them.
Yeah, it's a great program. The kids love it. They do. Yeah, they have a lot of fun. Yeah.
And it looks like you have a student with this. Would you like to share anything about the program that you love? You don't have to. We won't put you on the spot.
No, it was, we had a
But you're
few students that
welcome.
said they were gonna come, so I don't know.
She is one
Get
of
to
our
rise at
most
his
creative
mountain.
students that we
She's
have.
talented, very talented, and she took it last year too, so.
Well,
exceptional students.
if I could say something, she should work on the pancake flipper because I could really use that. My boys eat the pancakes before I can even get more cooked. So
Nice.
something like that.
Awesome.
As someone who's interested in a STEM career, early on being involved in STEM is what got me interested in it. So what you guys are doing is amazing.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We enjoy it. We love science.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we will move on to item 1.7, input from the public. This is a period devoted to comments by the general public, if any. In the interest of privacy and due process, the public is requested to not raise personnel issues except in a legally noticed closed personnel session of the board. Comments are limited to 3 consecutive minutes. The speaker's time may not be reserved, divided, apportioned, or deferred. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been included specifically on an agenda as an item upon which action will be taken. This is a non-action item. I have a couple of items, requests that go with items that are on the agenda. If you'd like to wait until we get to that agenda item, then I would call you up then. If you'd prefer to come now, you're welcome. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a comment at this time? All right, we will call you when we get to those agenda items. All right, we will move on to item 2.1, receipt, review, and possible approval of requests for purchase of retirement service credit. And I do have a couple of public comments, but we'll have the board discuss first, and then we will ask for public comment. All right. Mr. Anderson, give us a rundown real quick.
So, according to district policy and from items that are collectively negotiated in our bargaining agreements, the district has the opportunity to purchase service credit for teachers who have met certain criteria. so teachers and administrators who have met certain criteria. So the spreadsheet that is attached to the agenda item is the list of those individuals who submitted their name and kept their name in. They had until 5:30 today to remove their name if they had a change of heart. And so the list that you have there before you are people who are locked in regardless of what decision happens today. It's all there. I am here to answer any questions. I take no credit for putting this list together. Julie, this will not shock you, but our amazing CFO, Julie, is primarily responsible for making sure this information is accurate. She's probably more than triple checked it, I'm sure, to make sure it's right. And then Mr. Krenka as well, our HR director, he was very familiar with the spreadsheet. Any of the three of us could probably answer any questions anyone has about this. So with that, I will turn it over to you, and we're here to answer questions if you have them.
All right, any questions from the board? Or discussion? All right, if not, we'll go ahead and have those who requested to make public comment come up. We'll start with Daniel Mendez.
Well, I'm about as nervous as the first day of school, but thank you, board, for giving us the opportunity to apply for a purchase of retirement credit. And thank you for allowing us to speak on our behalf for that request. I'm Daniel Mendez. This is my 26th year at Spring Creek High School as a chemistry and physics and science teacher, born and raised here in Elko. And this is my 34th year of teaching. I taught for 3 years in Reno and then 5 years in Spokane. I had this opportunity to put in for the buyout last year, but I had a cousin who I asked, hey, how do you know when you're ready to retire? He said, you'll know. And I couldn't honestly say that I was ready to answer that question last year, but I'm ready to answer that question now. I've loved my teaching career. I've taught some of the people in this room. I've had children of people in this room. But I would just ask the board to approve the request for purchase of service credits for me and my colleagues. And if you have any questions of me, I'd be happy to answer. And if there's anything I can do to get you to say yes, just say the word.
All right. Any questions from the board for Mr. Mendez?
Anything? I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mendez. And thank you for all your years of teaching. We appreciate that. All right. Next is Tom Reagan.
I've had to work with that guy for a long time. So again, my name is Tom Reagan. I've been teaching within the district for 17 years. So you'll notice that I am on the list in a separate category because there was recent language addition to this GBC 19 policy in section 4A, which stipulates a baseline of 20 years within the district. So now my career has been spent, if not being paid by the school district, at least in service of the district. 17 years within the district. Sandwiched in the middle there was 11 years at Great Basin College, where I spent the time working in the teacher ed program, trying to improve the pipeline for teachers coming into the district. And then I came back 5 years ago. Okay. So there is section 4C in that GBC 19 policy that states that no language contained herein shall be construed as to prevent the district from purchasing up to 2 years if the board determines it is beneficial to the district. So I'd like to highlight a couple of benefits of purchasing my service credits. One, you'll notice on the spreadsheet, there's a $16,000 savings to the district if over 2 years, if I'm bought out this time. And number two, you'll notice that I have 1.4 years, and to prevent the school from having to hire a teacher mid-year, this can help alleviate that. So there are a couple of benefits. Whether or not you want to get rid of me, that may be a different benefit that we don't need to go into, man. But again, I appreciate your consideration of this. If there are any questions that I can answer, I'm happy to.
Any questions for the board? All right, Mr. Reagan, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we have one more request from Shelley Griggs.
I agree. I'm more nervous about this than anything. I'm in a unique category too. I'm kind of in my own there too. I have worked for Elko County School District since 1999. I had the great opportunity to work part-time from 1999 to 2014. I taught morning kindergarten, which was awesome. And my kids were young at that time too. So I took advantage of working in the morning, staying in my classroom, helping in their classrooms, subbing in the afternoon. And then at 3 o'clock, all three of us would go home. And I didn't have to come back on weekends, and I was able to spend that quality time with my kids. Then you think about retirement, shoot, maybe I shouldn't have done that, but I wouldn't take that back because those were the best days for my kids, because now they're gone and grown up and doing their own thing. It was a great opportunity. I've been working full-time since 2014. I teach 3rd grade now. And it's been a great opportunity, but like he said, I think I'm ready. I'm ready to pass that torch on to somebody that's younger, has more creative ideas, has learned some new teaching strategies to benefit our kids. And I'm just ready to hand that torch to them. If you hire somebody at a entry position, it will save you money. So I would appreciate your consideration for my situation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions? All right, thank you. All right. We've had some comments, discussion from the board.
I apologize for not having this question earlier, but I'm curious about, these are estimated savings that we're looking at. And is there any data from last year from what, as far as what the estimated was as opposed to actual this year? Would that be readily available?
Not from my brain. Apparently not from theirs either. No. Julie's coming to the
Julie's-
microphone though.
Julie always has data for us. Thanks, Julie.
Readily available, no, because that would require tracking each person who we replace them with and tracking down through the admin, through the different layers. So we could calculate that, but it's not readily available.
The reason I had asked is because, last year was the first time I had dealt with this. And I feel like I know a little bit more about it now, but it by saying that really only just brings more questions. And I would even be curious as a ballpark, did it work out for us last year? I mean, would even be a better question. Not specific numbers, but did we have I know we have recruitment issues, but has our hiring dropped, or did we have a hard time replacing these folks? I mean,
That goes
directly, or was
into
and that goes
Cody's
into
area. I can say for the estimate, what we do is, I look at what new hires have costed this year so far, and that's the average I use for replacement. So,
Okay, thank you.
sorry, I'll hand it over.
And I can tell you that since I wasn't here last year at this time, I don't have a snapshot of that. I
Right.
obviously kept track of that information, how many are posted in comparison. So next year, if you ask that question, I'll have that for you. But to be able to go through and give you accurate specifics, I'm not in the position to do that.
I would just comment, no, you're good, but I would comment that I do trust the numbers with Julie behind them. Their estimates are accurate. I just wanted to just hit me now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from the board?
To Jeff's question, and Julie, perhaps you might be able to answer this a little bit faster than what I can find. What was the dollar amount that we used last year for assumed replacement of a first year instructor? Yes, ma'am. I think I just found it, so I was trying to get that as well. And that might help a little bit, Jeff, because if this year, which was we're using is 54,000, is close to what we did last year, then that would make sense. Because I didn't think of that either. So it looks like we calculated last year, if I'm reading this right, of about 51,000. So we may have been off by about 3,000. Looking at the number of instructors and the total savings, if I recall what had happened, we saved money. Even with that $3,000
His
difference.
estimated savings last year was 187.
Correct.
187,000.
I think that we passed 184,000.
Significantly more people though too.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is that we, with all of those, if the 3,000 is different and it carries through 16.
Okay, so last year's replacement cost would have been before the contracts were approved. So there, that was before retro pay and COLAs. Yeah, so those would have been low. Because we can't predict what'll get approved a few months after that.
Right. I would echo though what Jeff had said is that I think the numbers are sound. I appreciate that last year, since it was most of our first year, and I think it was your first year calculating it as well, you approached it a little bit differently than previously. And I think that you were citing on the conservative side more to make sure that we were not, being too loose with the numbers, and you had them buttoned down pretty good. So I'd rather you err on the side of lower savings and find out that it's better for the district than say, oh yeah, we're saving a bundle and find out we're not. So thank you.
All right, any other questions, or how would the board like to proceed?
I'd like to make some comments before we proceed, if I may. First, thank you to everyone that's on this list. Regardless of how we vote this evening, the dedication that you've given to our students and to the district, I think is commendable, and I appreciate that. Second, for me, regardless of how I vote, that is not intended to value your time in the classroom any less than otherwise. So I want to make sure that I'm very clear on that, regardless of which direction we go. This is not a push you out the door. Yep, great, get rid of you because you're ready to retire now. And why would we want you in the room if you're ready to retire? But at the same time, it's also not to say that, no, stick it out, because I think you should, do your full 30 years. So I just want to express appreciation for the people that are on this list and the others that have retired that don't necessarily need the buyout. So I just wanted to put that out there first.
All right, anything else? How would the board like to proceed?
Before you go any farther, I just want to say thank you as well. For me, even though it's a small savings this year, to me, any savings is savings. So that's kind of where I lean toward. But I do thank people for their service, because when it's time to go. So even though we'd love to have you stay forever and ever, that's, just doesn't happen that way, but that's okay.
All right, I would entertain a motion.
Thanks, guys. Really, anytime you guys can speak up. I don't have to be the one that always is making motions. Really, you're always welcome to jump in.
Well,
Okay.
just have a question.
Please.
Last year, was the policy the same as this year, or is it different? Because I wasn't sure.
The policy hasn't changed from last year. Now, I will say that the policy hasn't changed a lot. The way boards vote does change from year to year, just depending on any number of circumstances, but the policy has remained the same. Yep.
I'm
Alrighty.
inclined to do something similar to what we did last year. And I was wondering if you could possibly specify which ones meet those same criteria that we did. I think we were looking straight at that met the qualifiers and that had hit 30 years.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Okay, so if you were trying to entertain a motion similar to last year, then you would be, a potential way of wording your motion would be to approve buyouts for all of the people in the teachers category at the top, as well as the administrator. And then you would not approve the two under buyout criteria not met. That is, if I recall, how we did it last year.
And that's what I remember from last year. I'm going to go ahead and make that motion that we approve the teachers listed in the administration. My apologies, but the two with the criteria not met. I'm doing that simply to stay consistent with what I've done in the past. So that's the motion I'd like to make.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second that. And Ms. Griggs, Mr. Reagan, I agree with Jeff. I apologize that the criteria wasn't met with the way the policy is. And it really hurts when I look at the potential savings because that's a third of the savings that we could have realized. However, I do want to be consistent in what I've done previously. So I appreciate your service. And again, I don't want that to mean that we don't appreciate it, but I just wanted to stay consistent with where I was. So I appreciate that. And that's why I seconded it.
All right, any other discussion? All right, all in favor of approval, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye and the motion carries. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for what you've done for our students in Elko County. Some of you have personally taught several of my children and you have made a huge difference in their life. And I hear stories about adventures in your classes or on golf trips or whatever. And I am so grateful for our educators in Elko County who love our students and just put their heart and soul into taking care of them every day. So thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for, I know, hopefully you're not leaving and we'll see you again because you do make a difference to our students, and thank you.
I'd like to add on that too, just as a thank you and just as kind of a notice going forward for the next, 4 years that I'm in office, as a notice possibly for next year and therein is I'm going to be kind of going the same direction the rest of the way out. So as far as that goes for applications for next year and the year after and so on, I'm going to try and approach this the same way every year.
All right. Yes, you may, please. Yes, please come up. Thank you.
My situation's kind of different too. Juvenile probation in the year. And I have that is to get to the 28.5 year mark to earn the 75%. I am short 9 months of that. It's not, so I have been with PERS over 30 years. And so my situation is different than I worked part-time for those 14 years. And so my request is to get to the 28.5 where I can earn my 75% of my income. So I don't know if that was clear in this information.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments or changes from the board? All right.
Thank you again.
Yes. All right, if there's nothing further on that item, we will move to item 2.2. Receipt and review of information related to the implementation of a 4-day school week for all Elko and Spring Creek schools beginning in the 2023-2024 school year, including a recommendation from the Superintendent's Advisory Committee and the possible approval of any action related thereto. I do have one request, which we will take for public comment after the board has discussed. All right.
Same with
Mr.
the
Anderson.
other.
Yes,
The
yeah,
other.
yeah, we'll do others first.
All right, thank you. Just a couple of notes real quick before I get into the official intros, like the intro to the intro. I just want to clarify something in the subject or the wording of the agenda item. It does say including a recommendation from the Superintendent's Advisory Committee. I just want to make it clear that the recommendation from the Superintendent's Advisory Committee that I share with you is not a recommendation to you as the board. It is a recommendation to me as the superintendent. But I wanted to make sure that was in there so you and the public was aware that that was, but we just had this agenda item last meeting. And so they're kind of like, there's something new here to talk about, right? And because I was directed to do that. So that wording is in there, but it is it's an important nuance that recommendation is not going directly to you, because if that were the case, then the meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago would have been subject to open meeting law. It would have have to be a public meeting. And that is not the case. We held our meeting and their recommendation has been given to me. I will share with you what that was. But it's my recommendation, not yours, if that makes sense. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, the attachment that is there under public content it says a 4-day school survey data. We had multiple requests for how to access that data. Again, this is the same exact presentation from back in November. I have not altered it in any way whatsoever. It's just there again because people were wondering what those results looked like. So I know you've had access to it. There's a Google folder that has been publicly available since that board meeting. There is a link to that Google folder on the title of that presentation. But just want to make sure everyone knows there's nothing different about that. It's the same exact thing, but the information is there as far as the surveys go. So that's the intro to the intro. Now the intro is, and before I get into talking about the Superintendent's Advisory Committee, I want to express to you, the board, to you, the people in the public watching on YouTube, sitting in this room, and who will hear rumors of what was talked about at the board meeting. I think it's very important that we understand something, that no matter what is said by anyone from a microphone or anyone who's been involved in this process, that people can have the decency with one another to understand that any words that are said, any decisions that are made are not, those are not things that speak to how much that person cares about another party or someone else. What you have up here is a superintendent who has done his darndest to try to get as much information as possible. You've got a superintendent's advisory committee who gave a bunch of time and effort and concentration to the topic. You've got a bunch of directors who have all labored over this concept, and you have teachers and a lot of people who've put their thoughts into this as well. And now you have 7 board members who are going to potentially make a decision about this. And everyone there has done their best. They've done it with no personal gain, depending on the result of the decision. They've done it with no animus towards any group, no presumptions about people's intent. We're simply trying to make the best decision we can. And I know it sounds like I'm about to drop a big bomb, but that is not why I'm saying all this. I'm saying all this because I have heard things from people like, oh, well, that person must not care about this group because they think this. And that is simply an unfair thing to say. It's a mischaracterization of the people that I know and that I work with. And I'm not even saying it for myself. I'm saying that for these other people. At the end of the day, whatever decisions made, whether it's this or any other topic, it's so important that as a community and as colleagues and as people who get to be around each other, not have to be, but get to be around each other all the time, that we have the common decency and courtesy to not attach intent to people's decisions. These are simply good people who give their time and are way undercompensated for what they do and are simply trying to make the best decision. So I would just implore everyone's goodwill, regardless of whether you are happy or sad with the decision, because the reality, board members, now I'm talking to you, is whatever, and we've all got letters, we've all got emails, we've all got individual comments, text messages, we've seen Facebook posts and comments. We have seen any number, official surveys, we've seen any number of comments from people about this. And what you'll have noticed is the data can say what you want it to say. It can go either way, for or against. The same argument that could be used to be in favor of this decision, for example, if we go with the sports aspect of it, sports can be used to speak for it or against it. Most elements of this can go either way. So really it just comes down to what you feel is best based off of all of your information, your experiences, your perspectives. And that's the beauty of having 7 different people with 7 different sets of experiences and backgrounds and people they know and talk to and trust. So the recommendation from the Superintendent's Advisory Committee, as we met, as I said, we met about 2 weeks ago. It was the week after our last board meeting. And we met for roughly 3 to 4 hours. Not going in there thinking we had to make a decision then. We knew there was a possibility of going multiple meetings, but by about 3 to 3.5 hours, people were ready to make a vote. So there was a lot of discussion around pros, around cons, around observing the data in the folder, around things they've heard and concerns they had. And as the meeting, I'm just going to give you like a tenor of how the meeting went. As the meeting went on, the kind of sentiment generally in the room was there was division. There were appropriately people who felt both ways. The sentiment as we got towards the vote was, well, there's a lot of people that sure want it. That is evident in our survey results. And I don't want to use the phrase given because that doesn't sound right, but they eventually got to a point where they said, well, it really seems like this is the way a lot of people are wanting to go. So instead of being contrarian and instead of fighting against something that seems to be of common interest for many people, let's talk about hypothetically, if we go forward with this, what things would be basically vital in order for this to be successful still. And that's where we went with the conversation after that. So the recommendation that was made to me was that the committee does recommend moving to the 4-day school week if, I won't say only if, because everything's negotiable, I suppose, in life, but moving forward with the 4-day school week, if we give specific attention and solutions to the following areas of concern. Having professional development mandatory on certain Fridays. We didn't say 6 Fridays or every 6 weeks, or there was nothing mandatory about that because that would have to be negotiated. So that was one area that they feel is essential. And some background of why that's essential is because going into this year and prior to COVID, well, let me back up. Prior to COVID, in the Elko Spring Creek areas, there was a Wednesday early out or late start, depending on the school. They had weekly PD. When COVID happened, a lot of that got lost. And then this last year, we hadn't got it back yet. We'd been discussing bringing it back for the 23-24 year. Teachers were adamant that we get the professional development opportunity back. And so under the current model that we're doing in the schools that are 4-day model, there is no built-in professional development outside of the 1 day in January and the days in August. So trying to honor and respect the fact that many teachers said this was less than 8 months ago, that this was an essential piece of doing a good job. We also believe that professional development is essential and it would need to be part of this, because within the current model that we're using, there's no real availability for that. Not consistently anyway. So that was number one, attention. Number two is maintaining work hours for both classified and certified staff. It is very important to our committee that people who want to be whole in the hours that they've been working have that opportunity. There may be some people who say, you know what, I don't mind losing a few hours, let's say, whether it's a custodian or a bus driver or so, I don't know. Someone may not be interested. They may be in a position where that's not that important to them, but we want to at least be able to say, we did not do this to the detriment of any individual employee group. We want to keep those people whole. Because we're not going after this, presumably, for a cost savings purpose. We are going after this because we think it's the best thing to do. So that was number two. There's 6. Okay, stay with me. Number 3. And you're welcome to interrupt me if you want, but I'm assuming this will be part of your discussion. All right. Number 3. Increasing weekly student contact hours to at least 31 hours per week. And where that number came from is and Ray or Cody, maybe you can jump in, but the current minutes that a 4-day school in our district is getting is somewhere between 30 and 31 hours per week. And it is less than what our kids are in 5-day are currently experiencing. So we would want to, the committee recommended that we get up to 31 hours per week student contact hours.
To clarify, is that for the Spring Creek Elko communities only, or is this district-wide, including those that are already on 4-day?
Let's hold on to that
Okay.
question. Okay. Next, number 4, reconsider the allowability of the block schedule in schools. The point of contention here is that in a block schedule, which I'm not trying to be pandering, but just so we're all clear what block means you alternate days that you would see a class. So I would see my 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th on a Monday, and then I wouldn't see them again until Wednesday because on Tuesday I'm seeing 2, 4, 6, and 8 or an advisory, something like that, right? So the problem with having that, this is the committee's opinion, is that in a 4-day model, if a student misses Tuesday because they're on a basketball team or because they got the sniffles or whatever, they're not there for a day, then you would only see that teacher 1 day in an entire week. And we believe that the single most important influence in a classroom and to a student's learning is the teacher. Good teachers have good impact on students. And to remove students from there and act like our teacher is just kind of like a provider of information is not accurate. So to have a block schedule is a concern for the committee. So reconsider even allowing that as a possibility.
And currently, sorry if I may, currently, if I recall correctly, Elko High is on a 1 through 7 schedule. Spring Creek High is on a block schedule.
Spring Creek High is on a block and Elko is on what is called a modified block. So Monday, Tuesday, Friday, they have the full 7 periods. And then Wednesday, Thursday, they have a block schedule.
Okay. And so the recommendation of the committee to you would be to remove the block schedule altogether and have a 1 through 7 or 8.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. That was 4. Number 5 would be to provide educational enrichment or other such opportunities at schools on Fridays. And this doesn't necessarily need to be uniform across each school, but taking into consideration that there will be student groups who, if we do this, will be, in the committee's opinion, negatively impacted by a loss of services, whether that is for special education students, for language learner students, for kids who are just having a hard time, even if they're not identified as anything. To make sure the district is amenable to providing those, which obviously would come at a cost because people will not do that for free. You have to be paid to do that, along with whatever comes along with doing that. And The reason, and just speaking from experience, at a 4-day school, and Dr. Higbee, you can chime in if you feel necessary. Those opportunities are important, but it's impossible to force anyone to come to an opportunity on a Friday when Friday's a day off. But we want to make sure that we don't want to say we're doing this and we're not providing those services that kids need. Should the family desire to still have their kid attend some sort of opportunity on a Friday. You also can't, yeah, go
Really
ahead.
quick, just to
Yeah.
clarify, it would be the recommendation that it would be required to have educational enrichment and other opportunities on Fridays district-wide, like that would be mandated.
Not mandated, that like we wouldn't say this has to exist at every campus. Thank you. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. It's more saying that the district would be willing to financially back and make sure those opportunities are made available. And it would be up to, just like so many things at an individual site, it would be the administrator's job to structure that based on the needs of the kids at that campus. And that would necessarily look different, I think, from place to place, just depending on, again, the kids make up there, the staff that are willing and available, because that's another group of people that I'm not sure you could require X number of teachers to come do this thing on a day that isn't a contracted day, unless someone had a really creative way of doing that in a bargaining agreement. And then I also suspect that that would not be received well by the bargaining unit, requiring people to do that on a rotating basis. There will be people who are willing, and there will probably be people who are not. And that's just, and I don't mean that negatively, I just mean that's the reality of what it'll be. So that is number 5. And then number 6 is making sure that food insecurity does not negatively impact someone. So they would want the school district to make sure food service options are available for students on Fridays. And that could, again, that could look however we want to make it look, whether that's having a central pickup for all elementaries in one area, or every school doing it. We could make that look however, but it is a significant concern of the committee that kids who sometimes rely on our schools to make sure they have at least a couple meals a day will still have those meals available to them on a Friday. And those are the 6 very important factors that the committee says, if you vote to go ahead, they would like you to consider as part of a 4-day. So that, I think, summarizes how the committee felt.
Can I ask, do these 6 items match what we're already doing in our 4-day communities?
No.
Or any or all?
So let me back up. It is not uniformly done in all of our communities that are already under 4-day.
I'm going to put you on the spot. And this doesn't mean, I'm not trying to be attacking, but why?
Because that was not, well, I'm going to back up myself. I always try my best not to say anything or presume anything about someone who came before me. To be fair, I lived in Texas when the first one was voted on by the board. Teresa, I guess, would be the only one who was involved in that decision. So I do know from going back and looking at board meetings, that was simply not part of the proposed model. And so that wasn't a requirement.
I don't know how to say this politically correct. Is it not as important in those communities, or was this part of the, and again, I can't have you answer for the entire committee, but was it perhaps that there's been an opportunity to learn from opportunities at the other locations? Some of these seem pretty important, and I don't know why they weren't done there. And again, I'm not expecting you to have that answer. I'm sure throwing that out there, and I'm hoping somebody might be able to answer that, because
maybe I can just say this, Matt, because I don't have a direct answer for you. I can say that the committee did discuss what sort of things are happening in various places as far as they're aware, because I mean, you only know what you know. But nothing was, at no point did anyone say, well, this isn't working in Wendover, so we need to do this. Like no community was highlighted as doing it poorly. And so that's why we need to do this. These are simply as the committee sat there and discussed all these things, they were just kind of organic concerns that came from people or concerns that have been voiced by citizens or teachers and other staff members who are in opposition. So things that we think are valid concerns and do deserve some attention other than just saying, well, they'll figure it out, because that is an unacceptable answer for us and is something that was found among comments sometimes is that's not our problem. They'll figure it out. Other such things. While we don't control every element of people's lives and certainly don't want to, we do certain things as schools. And so if we're going to remove a day, we want to make sure that we still are meeting people's needs as best we can. We're not gonna be able to solve every problem. That's just, we know that, and we're not out to try to do that. But if we're gonna make such a fundamental change or such a second order change, we want to try to minimize the negative impact. And so that's really more where it came from, Matt. It wasn't about such and such community is not doing this very well, and we need to do better than that. That was never part of the conversation.
And I'm just gonna pitch in because I was the only board member sitting on this board when our first schools went to a 4-day. And as you go from board to board, from administration to administration, different things are more important to some people than other things, and different times call for different things to be important. And so looking back and saying, well, I can't believe they didn't consider these things. Perhaps at that time they were looking at, let's focus more on this area or this area. And so I think we should learn from the past, but not feel like the past is in error. We need to look forward and say, this is what the committee is looking at now. These were the things that are important to them, and not slight anyone. And I know you're not trying to do that, Matt, but in the past, because those communities came forward with their ideas, their plans, their schedules, and they said, let's go for this. And now we have a different group of schools that we're looking at and a different situation. And we have recommendations that we can look at and say, hey, those look really important. Those look really important to us. And just like from one administration to another, someone may say, we really want to focus on reading. We want every kid to be reading by 2nd grade or whatever they want to say. And some other administration would say, I think reading is going to be fine if they don't read till 4th grade. Let's focus on math. Everybody sees things different. And so I appreciate the input from the Superintendent's Advisory Committee on this, and we will look at this with those in mind.
Thank you. If I can continue a little bit, is that okay?
Yes.
All right. So the next thing I want to say is I have been very intentional in saying that these are the recommendations of the Superintendent's Advisory Committee to me. These are the things they are worried about. I was in that meeting. I contributed to the conversation. I tried to not steer it in any direction, just let it happen. And that's how it happened. I will say that while that is their recommendation to me, I will say that is not my recommendation to you. I continue to have significant concerns over the prospect of moving to a 4-day week. I've voiced some of those things as we've gone about meetings up to this point. And I think this may be the first time I've actually said that would not be my recommendation. It's the first time I'm saying those words to you. But I want to say that that doesn't mean I don't think it can work. It just means that I don't think that's the best decision. I will also add to that regardless of that's how I feel, just like I hope every single one of you does every time we have a vote on something, no matter what the vote is, I'm going to absolutely give it my 100. And I know that every one of my I was going to say colleagues, but every one of my friends over there are going to do their very best to make sure we actualize everything that the board asks us to do. And we will do it with the best intent to do the best thing we can for our students. Speaking in my own conscience, just like everybody else has a chance to submit a public comment or a survey result, that sort of thing. I am I'm essentially speaking from as a public comment there, though not officially, at that microphone over there. It's this microphone here. I just wanted to share that. And Matt, to go back to something you said, would that be how we go? This is something as we talk about this today, as you talk about this, I need you to consider, because we as a Superintendent's Advisory Committee did not specifically say, well, if we do this model for Elko Spring Creek, then everybody else has to follow suit. We didn't say that. I do think it would be problematic and difficult from an equity standpoint for if certain members of our employee base are required to work certain hours because of simply where they live and at what point in time their 4-day model was approved as opposed to someone else's. I also think that just like you're going to have people angry any way you choose on this, we haven't heard much from Wells, Wendover, Carlin, and Jackpot about this because they're happy with what they're doing. You can expect that should we say, hey, we've decided we want to do this moving forward for all 4-day, there will probably be some pushback. And in the end, so many of these things, everything we do from here on out, and I'm going to shut up in a second, but everything we do from here on out, based on how you vote, there are a very large number of directions we can go with this. And the likelihood is some of that is going to have to be taken care of through our negotiated bargaining units. And so it's hard to know for sure how things will go, even with a motion and approval from the board, because then those things have to be taken care of through the bargaining units. But that's kind of another major consideration. So there's the huge consideration of, are we doing it? And then if we're going to do it, how are we going to do it? And then however we do it here, because this is very specifically about Elko and Spring Creek schools, are we going to make that universal across the district? Because we think, for example, Matt, as I'm not speaking for you, but you kind of intimated that those things are pretty important, and why wouldn't we do those everywhere? So if that is important to the board too, that we make it uniform across the district and have a set kind of standard of how we do this model, so we're not wondering what works best and hoping for data that justifies one or the other. We can just all be unified. So that's another thing to consider as you make your many decisions.
All right.
So I think I'm done sharing, unless you have questions for me that you'd like me to answer.
Thank you. All right. Questions from the board, discussion from the board.
Go ahead, Matt.
I was going to jump in with just a couple questions first. Actually, one statement. Last meeting that we met on this, I had suggested that if we go to 4-day, then I had expected as part of the collective bargaining agreement to reduce sick leave by 20% or 3 days. I've been informed that that is exactly what does happen at the 4 days. They have 12 days off, I think, and I think the 5-dayers have 15 days off, not being disrespectful of 5-dayers, but just convenience. So I appreciate that 20% reduction was already in there. So as a question, are we currently over instructional time on a state level? So I understand that there's a state level that says you must instruct students this amount, and collectively as a district, hopefully more specifically the Elko Spring Creek communities, are we above that level?
Yes, all of our schools are operating on more minutes than we have to operate on. I will say that those minutes, well, first and foremost, are important for our students to make sure they have adequate access to school. And I don't think we ever send our kids out the door or give anyone a pat on the back and go and say, go ahead and do your minimum today. Nobody feels that way. We all try to go out and do our best. So the school district for a while, as I understand it, has been operating on an excess of minutes. Another reason why that would be important to continue doing that is if we operate on a minimum number of minutes and we have even one snow day, which this year we've had 2 and multiple 2-hour delays, we will find ourselves in June, making up school days, and there will be no way out of it. The allowance for that from the state when it comes to how you can make up those minutes without using a contingency day is we would be on an alternate calendar under this model. And that alternate calendar is less about the number of days. Like you could have the number of minutes you want in 140 days, you could have in 160 days. We're in 150. And as long as you have minutes to flex out and say, we're still meeting the state minimum number of minutes, then that allows us to have that flexibility. If you go down to the minimum, there is no flexibility. You miss and you're making up. And so that's been something we've been able to enjoy not having to make up because we have that excess number.
I would just add too, if my recollection is right, the state minimum was right around 40,000 minutes and we're somewhere around 60.
The
We're
state,
significantly over.
the state minimum changes based on grade level. So I don't have that exact number for you.
I
But
just remembering from schedules that we did six,
yeah,
we were significantly over.
we're good. Yeah, we're good.
Thank you. Second question, to the understanding of the people that were on the committee or are subject matter experts, would we be the largest community in the United States that would be converting to 4-day?
No, not the largest community, nor would Elko High is our biggest school. That would not be the largest school in the United States. We would be the largest in kind of the area, the I don't want to say region. I don't know what a region would be. The largest school in Nevada, as far as I'm aware. But I've seen a study about a community in Texas that just went, and there are about 20-something thousand kids. There's a district in Colorado that we've looked at that is a little bigger than ours, and they have a couple of schools that are a little bigger than our biggest. So it wouldn't be unheard of, but in all of those situations that I just mentioned, they're pretty new to doing this still. So, yep.
Susan, sounds like you wanted to go next.
I don't have to go next if you don't want.
Susan, you have the floor.
I might have the floor for a little while. I had to write things down so I wouldn't forget, and I'm sorry to turn my back to you. I don't mean it as any disrespect. Just to talk to you guys, even though with my glasses, it's hard to see. These are just my thoughts, obviously, of the 4-day week, and I just ask you to consider some of them. I kind of put them in chunks, so hopefully they're not too divided here, but what is the cost to students? Always ask yourself this question. That was from our 2022 workshop that we had with Deb when we met in January to kind of talk about goals, et cetera. And obviously I kept that in my notes. What is the cost to students? I was under the impression that a school board's guiding principle must be whether the data drives decisions that are good for students. What is right for students should always be at the forefront. We want the best education for every student. What's the benefit for students by going to a 4-day week? Does this transition to a 4-day week align with our mission, vision, and strategic plan? Our mission is to establish career and college readiness by ensuring each student's growth in mastery of essential knowledge and skills. The vision is learning for all. And our strategic plan is still being finalized, which I know you will talk about at another time, but it's not quite ready. So for me, what are we making our decisions on? The group of teachers that presented information earlier this year, they have legitimate concerns regarding the lack of substitutes, lack of training, missing their prep time, and that is legitimate. I do get that. I have been a teacher and I have had to, sub in other classes. Like I get that. I believe the district has started to address those issues. Some of the things are expanding the ARL offerings, more sub-trainings, employee engagement, the virtual job fairs. It's not going to happen overnight. Change doesn't happen overnight, and especially in the education world, we've all learned that. So I think the district is moving forward with, like, they've recognized those as problems. And I'm only using this as an example. It is not like I just brought up Wells, it's just an example. When they wanted to change to the 4-day week, they presented it as a plan, as a community with schedules, ideas for classified employees, programs, school activities. They had the presentation because they had come together as a community for that. I haven't really seen that happen for Elko or Spring Creek. They wanted it, but I haven't seen a presentation with that. It's difficult for me to compare Elko and Spring Creek to the outlying areas that are already doing the 4-day week because, and these are just estimates, and Mr. Anderson, you can correct me if I'm way off. I tried to just kind of find numbers. We're comparing Elko and Spring Creek to an area such as Jackpot that has roughly 120 students. Wells 328, Wendover 972, and Carlin with 330. You know, that's not even the size of some of our, just one school here. So we're not comparing the same type of community when I hear, oh, it's working well there. Well, they're different communities, and we have said it over and over. They have different needs than Elko Spring Creek area. So that kind of rolled around in my head as well. And I'm not, as Teresa mentioned earlier, we move forward, but they were supposed to have a pilot period to see the success of those programs. And somehow that got, you know, with lots of change, that just didn't happen. So if we go to a 4-day week, what are we going to put in place to measure the success? And what are we going to measure? How long are we willing to try with our students' academics? And are we willing to go back to a 5-day week if it isn't successful? For me, those are still questions that I don't know the answer to. The solution brought forth was a 4-day week and that it would solve the problems that the teachers brought up. But we gave an interest survey with no other information. So first and foremost, I know you're going to get sick of me saying this, but will this improve student achievement and what is best for learning for all of our students? So next, and that sticks with me at the top. And then after that, what are the schedules going to look like? And this comes from the people taking the interest survey. Yes, we're interested in a 4-day week, but they didn't see anything that went with it. So would this change your mind if they saw, what is the schedule going to look like? Yes, it's going to extend their day. What does it do to after school activities that aren't necessarily related to the school district? How does it impact our community in general? As far as I know, we haven't really done anything as far as having maybe some group or some city meetings with community members and not just parents, because it does affect our whole community. And we need that community buy-in for this to work as well. I hear a lot about doctor appointments on Fridays and sports activities. There's lots of doctors' offices that aren't open on Fridays. You're going to have a lot of times surgeries aren't done on Friday. If somebody needs something done, it's going to be at another time. So I don't know if that's necessarily going to make the biggest difference. Same with sports activities. They don't take place just on Fridays. They're on other days of the week. So is that going to change? I don't want Thursday to become the new Friday. Sorry, I'll just keep going. And we do have more than just sports. While I know we're not in the business of figuring out daycare for people, that is a concern for a lot of our families. So we do have to consider those circumstances for the population of a lot of our students. People have mentioned Boys and Girls Club, which, okay, an option, but then in the next breath I hear, oh, we'll have more family time. Well, then why are we talking about we need Boys and Girls Club? Those, I mean, you've got a certain percentage that's going to be going there, so they're not having any more family time. For me, our teachers are an important influence in our kids' lives. So wouldn't we want our students to spend as much time with them as possible? I know some have mentioned students' mental health and that we don't have services here, but I went to the mental health expo on Saturday and the parent night on Thursday. And we have a lot more resources than even I thought we had. I thought I knew most of them, but I learned a lot about those. So we are working towards providing more of those in our community. I wish I would have seen a few more parents at the parent night, the ones that talk about these resources, but it was certainly a great start. And thank you to the Elko High School Student Council that got that ball rolling and brought in so many people. I hope that continues. It was really a good thing. I worry about professional development. I know CJ had brought up, Mr. Anderson had brought some of those things up from the committee. The longer days just seem longer. For me, the 4-day week seems like a permanent solution to what is a temporary problem. In the education world, we tend to make decisions based on data. And yes, I know you said you can find data for and against, but I've seen more data that shows over the long term, it really doesn't make a difference. So I guess it's whether we want to make a difference or not. Seems like our learning gap seems to be widening, so I'm not sure I want one less day of school. And I worry about the kids that are below average, the tutoring. I know we talked about the Fridays, but is that going to feel like a punishment to them? Like, oh, great, I have to come in on Friday because I'm not doing well. I just don't want them to feel punished. Same with special ed students. And I also keep in mind that only 29% of parents took the survey. And I know a lot of people said, hey, they had the option, but I think about some of the phone calls I've gotten, and a lot of, they kind of spoke for bigger groups because that the groups they dealt with, they don't want to speak up. So I'm not sure we have true buy-in for all of parents when only 29 took the survey. Students are going to have a longer day. So we've talked, we've all seen studies that high schools are starting too early and it's not good for kids. But if we have to have a longer day, I'm assuming, I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming the high school is going to have to either do a little on the front end and then on the back end, or are they going to start earlier all at once? I'm not sure how that's going to, how they have that figured out yet. But, and then what about younger students? If you have reading time, math time, only 4 days a week, and now it's going to be longer for those kids in those days? Or do we want consistency over the 5 days? Like we tell our children, we want them to read every night, but not really, because school's only going to be 4 days. I kind of had that in my head too. Like the Wonder series for reading for the elementary is set up for 5 days. So that's going to be a whole shift in how teachers plan. And I'm not saying they can't, because teachers adapt to whatever, and so do students. I know they do. But that shift in teaching, actually for everyone, that's going to be adding to their already full plate. They're going to have to adjust how they teach. After school activities, we heard from the swim team that a 4-day week would almost make it impossible for them to practice. We also have gyms that are shared. I'm not sure about lighting for practice because it's going to be darker. Non-district activities, have we checked with them? Are they willing to start their activities later? Because if school is getting out later, that means dance class is going to have to start later, or karate, or whatever it is. Are they ready for that and willing to do that? I just worry about the kids too, that school is their safe haven. And now they have one more day that they have to be at home. Not everyone can afford to take their kids somewhere every weekend, or they have jobs where they are home to do things on Friday with their kids. So does this just become one more day of maybe video games or watching TV or something else, because they don't have parents that can be home on Friday? And I know we said, oh, they have Boys and Girls Club and that, but that's not family time that everyone has been talking about. Several people have commented to me, and maybe to you as well, that they feel like this accommodates more affluent families, your families. We know from the data that it's not going to be a cost savings solution. In fact, it might even cost a little more. It depends on how it's implemented, but that is something to think about. If Flagview is kind of like busing for those kids to Southside, since there isn't any right now, they may be walking in the dark even later. So it's just, and I know Mr. Anderson had talked about if the kids come in on Friday, so then we have busing on 5 days, even though we went to a 4-day. Same with the meals. I worry about that as well. Then we have the concern about the charter schools growth and how that's going to affect our enrollment and per pupil allocation. Have we spoken to the community about how that's going to affect them? Well, I said that before with the schedule, so I'll leave that out. Someone had commented that they worked in Nye County and that it did great for them, but then, and they said their test scores were fine, like they looked at those, but I went and put Nye counties in from 2016 to 2017. And over that course of time, I don't know when they started a 4-day week, but just based on the data I was able to go to the Nevada report card, the data I was able to get from there. Over time, they went from 72.8 in reading down to 34.9 in the high school. In math, they went from 44 and this year was 9.3. So to me, that doesn't really show, as far as academics achievement goes, I'm not so sure that's a great measure of that part from the 4-day. And elementary was lower as well, not quite as low as that, but all the scores got a little bit lower. Enticing people to come to Elko and Spring Creek for a 4-day week. For teacher recruitment, maybe at first that may be a good thing to get them in here, but is it going to get them to stay long-term? As we know, a lot of people anymore, they're not, and I'll bring up my age, being old, we tended to get a job and you just kind of stayed there. That's not the way younger people work anymore, or it seems to, you know, they tend to move on more often than not. So I'm thinking, what can we do to entice them to stay? And I don't know if 4-day week is enough to entice them to stay long-term. To me, we'd be better off to find incentives, even things like signing bonuses or bonuses for staying 5 years or whatever it is instead of right up front. The question has been, how do we get people to even want to go into the profession of education? I don't think people are going to go into the profession just for a 4-day week, or at least I hope that's not the only reason. Wendover's had success in growing their own educators, and I think Spring Creek, the CTE program, they're working on that for our areas as well, or for Elko Spring Creek areas as well. To me, those are avenues we need to pursue, not taking away a day. The district's expanding their programs that I mentioned earlier with ARL offerings, sub-training, the exit surveys for teachers of why they're going. I'm just thinking our decision should be for all of the students and their learning. And I know somebody had mentioned, let's try it for a year, but I don't know how you try this for a year. And just, my thing is in education, as a teacher, they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna start this new program and let's see if it works by May. And it's like, what? So you have 9 months. I don't think that's fair to a 4-day week either, to say, oh, let's just try it for a year. I think that would take longer. So those are just kind of course, that's where I'm leaning. If not in favor of a 4-day week, based on everything I just said. And thank you for listening and appreciate it.
Thank you, Susan. Anyone else on the board like to speak?
May I have
Yeah,
the
go
mic?
ahead, Megan.
Okay. While this perspective may not reflect all the students and staff within our school district, it is a perspective that several students share. Therefore, I feel I should offer this perspective as a representative of the entire student population. I would like to bring up the impacts of an extension of school days. Although there may possibly be an extra day for students to get work done, there won't be a complete alleviation of homework, meaning students will still likely be assigned homework on school days like they are currently. But with a 4-day school week, there would be an extension of the school day. The extension of the school day could pose risks of burnout with longer durations of school for elementary, middle, and high school students. Longer school days would coincide with the existing need to do homework on top of the priorities of feeding oneself, practicing hygiene, spending quality family time, and getting a sufficient amount of sleep. For students with extracurriculars, this extension of the school day would be even more impactful. Speaking of extracurricular activities, not all sports leave on Friday. In the case of golfers, from a perspective I know very well, the tournaments are during weekdays, not weekends. Golfers miss Monday and Tuesday or Tuesday and Wednesday every week for roughly a third of the school year. Students who wish to participate in golf would miss half of their instructional time under a 4-day school week implementation. Missing half of instructional time creates quite a learning gap between those whose activities do not conveniently fall on Friday and those whose activities fall on Friday or who don't participate in activities. And while there may exist an overall reasoning to not participate in sports or extracurricular activities if students cannot handle doing so, I believe that is within the interests of the school board and the community to support students and their drive to participate in activities and formulate their interests. In fact, I know it is within the interests of the school board and community to support students as a whole. So I believe that this alternative perspective of the 4-day school week should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. All right. Anyone else wish to make a comment?
I'll go next. I've publicly been for the 4-day school week for quite a while now. I come from a community that has it. I see that it works well. I mean, just the other day, we were there for a presentation on the Milken Award to one of the teachers there who has improved scores with those kids on a 4-day week. And just being in that assembly, hearing them sing, hearing them, all shouting out in unison, except for the Pledge of Allegiance. We work on that one on Fridays, maybe. But, it works well for us. And it's hard for me to hear all the negative stuff when, the community I'm in, we're in that right now. And everybody says bad, but I don't see it. I see the good in it. Susan, to answer your question of what is the benefit to students and will it improve student achievement? Yes, I believe it will. I do believe that it will improve our recruiting. And I believe that 4 days with a certified teacher is better than 5 days with a long-term sub. It just is. It's the better quality of education that we can give these kids, whether it's in 4 days or 5, is better off we are. So it's certainly going to improve everybody I've talked to on that aspect has said that will improve recruitment. We will be able to attract more certified teachers to the district. As far as families adapting, I would say COVID proved that we can adapt to just about anything. People were able to take that and run with it. It wasn't ideal, but we made it work, whether it was childcare, work, all of those things. People were able to make that work. We're here now today, and we made it through that. As far as the cost savings, even just a quick Google search shows that it can go from anywhere from 1% to 5% in cost savings over a year. In our budget, that's $1 to $5 million, which is money we sorely need for student improvement, student achievement, things that we can do to help them. And lastly, I believe that the 4-day week and everybody I've talked to in my community, it's helped with their school and work-life balance. They've been able to do more things with their family, have more times to be able to go and do things over the weekend. I agree. It's not ideal for every family, but we're looking at 10,000 students here. I can't just think about a small section. I have to think about what's best for them. And for me, the cost savings and the ability to recruit certified teachers make it, for me, something that I am in support of the 4-day week.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Anyone else wish to speak?
No, this will be really quick. I'm not gonna go back and forth like everyone's going back and forth. Like everything's on the table. Like there's nothing to, I'm gonna go back and forth. Hey, what about this? Hey, what about that? So that's honestly all I have to say. I already pretty much have a decision in my mind. I've kind of looked while we were sitting here and points that were raised and that I might have not had clarity on. I've tried to look at while we sat here. That's why I have an iPad and my Remarkable 2. So yeah, so that's all I have. So I'm just going to defer over to someone that has more to argue about, I guess. I don't mean that derogatory, guys. I just more discussion, proper terms, pardon me. So more discussion. So all you, buddy.
This is not meant as a filibuster. Yeah, I see. I was giving everybody a chance. Anybody want to stretch? Go to the restroom first? Just kidding. So Jeff, actually, before I start, I could have another month and still not polish my statements as well as I want, but I'm going to try to read off of this because when I go ad lib, I can tend to put my foot in my mouth. My wife has mentioned that multiple times. So Jeff, I'm actually not considering this as a cost saving measure. I've never considered it as a cost saving measure. If we save money, great. But I think that there are other districts that have looked at it and have had to use it as a cost saving measure. And I'm glad that we're not there. To Brooke's point earlier in the month, actually, no, last month at our last meeting, yes, the people have spoken. I really don't like it when someone thinks that they know better than I. And so I don't really want to go away from the survey. However, I don't believe that the survey was as well written as it could have been. It left out a lot of information, and I would have liked to have seen a more widespread approach similar to the Wells community presentation. I do see 4-day as a recruitment benefit. I think it's huge, and it only is huge until everybody else does it. I think that we are going to see a domino effect in at least northeastern Nevada or northern Nevada communities or counties that may have to compete with this as well. I took a list of, not everybody, because there was a lot of data that came in, but of a lot of the things that I'd been hearing, pros and cons, and kind of approached that. And a lot of it can be lumped together. The burnout, stress, exhaustion, overwork, that's real for our teachers. I understand that. And the fact that it's due to a lack of subs and teachers could be resolved by hiring more teachers. Of course, well, duh, that's easy. It's a matter of going over that. I'm not a throw more money at it type person. However, changing our pay and benefits could be a better long-term solution to recruitment and retention. Showing more appreciation can help with our staff feeling valued and recognized, and reevaluating the pay schedule to take into account the new starting wages and developing retention bonuses could be a better approach and not as disruptive as changing to a 4-day week to address burnout, stress, exhaustion, and being overworked. We do have attendance issues with athletes, their siblings, and the coaches, advisors, and drivers that are staff members in our district. We've had those attendance issues for, well, as long as we've had athletes or athletics and extracurricular activities. And what's awesome about the students that are athletes is that they've always needed more time for homework, for projects, for the things that they're doing. And it's often those athletes and the adults that support them that are focused and have learned a healthy balance. For those that don't have the balance, if they don't value education now, they're not going to value education in a 4-day week. Healthy balance also plays into the ability to recuperate and decompress for our students specifically. And I don't feel that a 4-day week is going to help those students either. Sorry, son, I'm calling you out. He's a procrastinator and he's not going to do any better on a Friday than he does on a Sunday on recuperating. That's only one kid, but I'm just saying those that have that healthy balance that have learned it, they're going to continue doing it. The problem is that with the 4-day problem or the 4-day concerns that have been brought up, there are 3 things that I can't find a direct solution to. I respect that it's not this board's responsibility or even purview to look into operations. We hire a talented person to do that, to run a talented staff of people. But I am solution oriented. And I said previously at the last meeting that I'm really excited for this subject because regardless of how we vote, we have an opportunity to find solutions. We have an opportunity to truly change what this district looks like one way or the other, whether we stay with 5 days and find ways to address our teacher concerns or to go 4-day and really go all in. So I am excited about that. But frankly, if we can't retain our teachers, do we have a district? And that's one of my biggest concerns. There is inequity amongst, and I hate using the word inequity thing. Sometimes I think it's overused, but there is inequity with our staff right now. Some of our staff have a 5-day work week, some have a 4-day work week. And yeah, they have that option to go to 4-day schools, but that's not necessarily always the solution. Additionally, the thing that I couldn't find a lot of solution for are those students who could potentially get workplace learning or be able to advance in careers that they want to look at now. Giving them a Friday is a 50% increase in their ability to learn skills outside of school that we're not teaching. And that's in addition to the CTE program. So those three solutions or those three issues, I couldn't really find a direct solution to other than saying, yeah, 4-day school week would address that. Arguments for staying with 5-day are mostly countered, and I respect everyone that came back at this, but most of the time it's countered with other schools are doing it and other communities are doing it and they're still surviving. It's still there. I don't know how else to say that politically correct. Longer days creating more tired students, less prep time for teachers, less homework time for students overall due to longer days, less time at home, later dinners, less homework time for athletes due to practices being later. Reality of students and or teachers actually using Friday to catch up and get ahead. Not all appointments or activities being on Fridays, less sleep, worse health benefits, morning seminary, choosing between family and or students with fewer free hours and fewer actual hours in class. Those are all valid points, but somehow other communities have learned how to address that. We are in a good position, and this is not a choice that is required. It is not being forced on us. This is something that started as a grassroots effort, and that should be respected. As for people shopping out of town, because that was also something that was brought up to me, people will either support local or they won't. They will find ways to best support their family out of town if that's what they're going to do. I admit I don't shop 100% local when I need. My son's driving. He's learning, stay off the sidewalk. He's learning to drive. We drove to Utah to get him hours, and I used the excuse to pick up Del Taco for my wife. She's from Southern California. She loves Del Taco. So we drove to Del Taco to get him hours. I don't always shop local. Those that don't have a reason to do so. And I don't think giving them an extra day off is going to suddenly drive people out of town. It's not going to increase trips that they couldn't already have afforded. I'm very happy that our superintendent not only has expressed that support staff will stay whole, but also that the community or that the committee has also put that in there. Susan, I agree with you in that maybe 1 year is hard to put it out as a test drive. But one of the things that I've heard multiple times is, please don't do this because if you do this, you can never go back. My favorite question is why? Why can't we go back? We changed it. Why can't we change it back? I think that's disingenuous to say, nope, we've done this and we're never putting the genie back in the bottle. I think that we can learn from that. Criminal rates could go up as anecdotally with less to occupy their time. Some will misbehave. I can't really argue too much with that. Also, other things on the 5-day week, as far as why we need to keep it. Unlike our smaller communities, we simply don't have the childcare for all of the students who would need it. We are 8 times bigger than Wendover, but we don't have 8 times when I say 8 times bigger, our student population is 8 times bigger than West Wendover, but we don't have 8 times the amount of childcare. Yes, Boys and Girls Club is there. They're not going to be able to absorb 8,000 students. Not that they all need it, but still. It could create an excellent market though. I am very much a free market guy. This might be a great time, folks. If you're looking for a new job, come and work for the school district. And if you don't want to work for the school district, maybe open up a daycare. Other communities have done this, so I get that. Other large communities, thank you, Mr. Anderson, for expressing that we're not the largest community, but other communities have done it. So I see that that's a possibility. I'm really frustrated with myself because in Tahoe, the Brave Ed, the gentleman that talked about Brave Ed, there was a term that he used, and I thought I had my book and I didn't, but the concept basically is maybe we should stop teaching to the test. Maybe we should stop relying so much on standardized testing, and we should go to real, I shouldn't say real life, but educational experience, that type of approach. And so for as many studies as I've seen that scores hold steady, there's about just as many that they've dropped. So perhaps the way around that is to go with a similar model to the Brave Ed. And I wish I would have remembered that term, and I apologize for not doing that.
Are you trying to think of the term benefits-based accountability?
Yes, that is exactly it. Benefits-based accountability, because I'm all about accountability, and I think that we need to take a look at that. At some point in the future, this is not going to come to a surprise for most of you, but we will need to approach the community on capital funding. There's simply no way that we can build schools with the funds that we have coming in every year. It's not going to happen. And frankly, this may also come as a surprise to some of you, but probably not most in this room. There will be people who oppose us. Those people who oppose us are going to be using some of the resources that Susan used. They're going to go to the Nevada report card because that's public data. It's not something that we're producing and releasing. Because of that, we have got to make darn sure that our data matches that data, or that we know that what data we're putting out matches, because it doesn't always. Similar to what Susan said with the Nye County says that they did really great in this area, but the Nevada report card doesn't show that. Why? Nye County has a reason for that. I don't think that they're lying to us. They have a reason for that, but yet we don't see that on the public access, and we need to keep that in mind very much so, because our opponents will use that against us. What does that have to do with 5-day? Well, because if we are going to be losing data, we need to make sure that we can control that narrative and understand why we've lost that data and send that out accurately. There's a concern there's not enough facilities that's been brought up as well for teams, groups to participate or practice, perform. There are not enough fields that have lights. I don't know what this is doing in our other rural locations. I'm sure it's something that they also have looked at. I just don't have that answer, but it is a real concern for some of our schools in Elko Spring Creek. As I mentioned, inequity is overused sometimes. There is an inequity for the 4-day schedule for some, and that has created a divisive issue that needs to be addressed. Almost done. We saw mental health issues exacerbated during COVID with kids not in school. I'm very concerned about that. I and my family have been blessed to be in a situation in which this issue would not have been a large impact. However, there are many families in our community who are not in the same situation. As many of you know, I work at the senior center. I've seen firsthand what abuse looks like on a senior. It breaks my heart, and I hurt for anyone, old or young, who has experienced domestic violence. And frankly, I don't have the faith that our community has the ability and or willingness to step up to ensure that our kids' education, health, and well-being comes first. My family has the ability to be able to take care of ourselves. We are blessed in that. If we want to travel, we can travel. There are others that don't have that, and that is what really, really concerns me. I believe in personal accountability, and I struggle with balancing my upbringing and my personal beliefs with the reality that there are many of our students who do not have a voice. because their parents aren't accountable. And many of the kids that are in that situation use school as a sanctuary. I don't feel that taking that sanctuary away is the best course of action. We have to protect them regardless of how we move forward. With something that came up this evening, I'm going to close by saying that I respectfully request that a closed session of this board be held at the earliest possible date to discuss this board's desires for our negotiating team. Because if we move forward, there must be other negotiations that take place. And I respectfully request that the negotiation teams on both sides come to the table for what's best for our kids. I still don't know how I'm voting. And with that, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Okay, I feel like everybody kind of knows my position on it. I'm in favor of a 4-day week. I have talked to a lot of people, many teachers that I trust, that I have seen teach kids and put their all into everything that they do in classrooms to help teach not only my children, but other children. And I've talked to teachers that I know have the best interests for students in mind, and they're in support of a 4-day week. And I've talked to teachers that I completely trust that are doing a 4-day week right now and love it and are saying that they're successful and that their students are successful. As far as some of the things that have come up about facilities, I think that if we get creative, we can find facilities for our teams and different programs to use. I know in Wells, the wrestling team wrestles at the Wells Rural Electric Service Center. Like, they have found ways around making that work. And I think that we can do that here. I think that we definitely, if this is passed, need to, like was discussed when you passed for the 4-day week for Wells and other schools, make sure that there's a time period where we go back and we review those things. I think something that needs to be measured is student achievement. I think also something that needs to be measured is student, family, and staff approval. I think even if, I think you could say that you want student achievement to improve, but even if it stayed the same on a 4-day schedule as it is on a 5-day schedule, there's a lot to say for mental health and quality of life for students and teachers. And I hate making blanket statements, but everybody that I've talked to that is doing a 4-day week loves it. They are happy. The students are happy. The teachers are happy. The community loves it. The people that were against it initially, after participating in the 4-day week, they love it. And so I think there's a lot to say for that. I think Jeff's right that 4 days with a certified teacher is probably a lot better than 5 days with a permanent sub. I have a student who has special education needs, and I know that when they can't find substitute teachers, oftentimes not only are they pulling them from specials such as art and music and stuff like that, but sometimes they're taking study skills teachers, and they're taking different teachers that are in classes for inclusion for kids that need extra help in those classes so that they can be successful in a general education class. They're pulling those teachers from students like my son to be in and substitute another class. And so I think that hurts kids that need that extra help and that extra time and attention. I think that's where the whole learning for all, that's part of our goal as a district, is learning for all. I feel like that's where we're maybe missing the mark for kids that need that extra time and help. I could go on and on about ways that I think it could be beneficial for students and for teachers to move to a 4-day week. I think it'll help with recruitment. I think it'll help with retainment. I have a huge list of reasons why I think it can work. I've read every comment on the survey, both for and against, as far as teachers, parents, and staff. I've read every email that's been sent to me. There have been emails coming in all day long. I've had phone calls. I've had text messages. I've read at everything. I'm happy to have both sides of the argument, or hear both sides of the argument. Some of the arguments against a 4-day week, I don't necessarily agree with. And I was talking to someone earlier and they were saying it would take a lot of convincing to get them to think that a 4-day week was a good idea. And I feel like I'm more in the opposite direction. It would take a lot of convincing for me to believe that a 4-day week at this point isn't our best option. I mentioned when I first started talking that I've talked to lots of teachers that I trust and I know have the best interest of students at heart, who are fighting for a 4-day week and think that it will solve a lot of the issues that we face as a district. And I want to point out that when we met as a superintendent advisory committee, that recommendation that was given to the superintendent was a unanimous vote to go to a 4-day week. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Katrina?
Yes, well, I'm just really concerned about those kids that are struggling already. There's kids that there's one parent at home. Parents, kids that learning disabilities, that IEP, kids with low income families. Those kids are struggling already. And with the 4-day week, they're gonna get left behind. They're not, almost all the kids, all the students, a lot of students are gonna be doing good. They're not gonna, this is gonna be good for them, gonna spend more time with families. If they are doing good at school, they're gonna keep doing good. But those kids that are struggling right now are gonna get left behind. So we need to think about those students too. And I talk to teachers too, special ed teachers. My 2 girls have special ed teachers. And one, it's against completely about the 4-day week. And I understand why. Those kids work with routine. You take 1 day off from school, Monday, it's a struggle for them. They don't learn the same way as other students learn. So we go for a 4-day week, we definitely need to have something for them. When COVID hit, not all students, not all families adopted. And I know this because my kids never adopted. I have a nephew and a niece, they're learning English. They're way behind. They're learning English now, but they're academically, they're not learning what other kids are learning. They're 2nd and 4th grade, but they're 1st grade and 2nd grade, reading level, math level. So those kids are gonna struggle. And I don't know how long it's gonna take for them to be at the same level as the other kids are doing good already. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Is it too late for me to add just 2 things to what she said? Because
You are welcome to add, Brooke.
okay. So I've had emails from teachers and talked to teachers who are English language teachers. And they are also being pulled from classes when they can't find subs. They're pulling those teachers who need to give that specific instruction to students that are English language learners and putting them in other classes. And so just like I was saying, my son's teachers and are being pulled that he needs are being pulled to sub. That's the same thing is happening to our English language learner kids. Their teachers are being pulled. I've talked to teachers about, because I have a son who has special education needs, about how that's going to affect them. And I think we can be successful. I honestly have so much trust and faith in teachers and in staff to come up with ways to make it work. I think sometimes I just had an IEP meeting with my son. And in the IEP meeting, we went through and talked about all the different accommodations and things that were going to be put into his IEP that each of these teachers needed to know before he went into their class, because we even switched up his schedule a little bit. And some of the teachers that I've talked to have said that having a Friday off will help give them more time to lesson plan and to differentiate lessons so that they can better cater to those kids that have IEPs and give them what they need, because now they have the time to actually make accommodations for their lesson plan and give that student something separate. And I know it's a lot of extra time on those teachers to be able to see the needs of each individual kid and kind of adapt those lessons to what they need. And so to be able to have a Friday to do that, I think is huge.
Right, we do have, I will speak in a minute, but I know we've got a request for public comment, and I know Susan has some public comments that I think we're going to ask her to summarize. Because I think some of those comments are probably repeated, but first I will ask the person who is here in person to come up. We appreciate your attendance. So Melinda Sarman. I think turn the mic on. We should see a green light.
Melinda Sorman. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I've been asked to read a letter a real short letter that I wrote, and it was not to be disrespectful in any ways, but just to tell you what's really happening in the classrooms. And after I heard Ms. Neal speak about college readiness, I have 2 students that are in universities, and they are on 4-day school weeks. And it gives the students chances to meet and do things like that. So a lot of colleges are also trending this way too. So, so this is my letter. You can shoot me later if you want to, or right now. Okay. I am one of the 70% in favor of the 4-day school week. I'm sorry if my voice is shaking. I'm a little nervous up here. I can tell you that my family calls Friday babysitting day. My children make sure that their phones are fully charged, because after their busy work is done, they are on their phones. Oftentimes students from other classes are put together because not for learning, but for babysitting. The bottom line is that the students are not in the classroom. The teachers are not in the classroom. The funds spent to pay teachers for sick days and personal days and then pay substitute is outrageous and is bankrupting Elko County School District. And it's time to listen to the people of Elko County. The parents, the students, and the teachers want a 4-day school week. And please look at the survey in front of you. Please vote yes on the 4-day school week. Sincerely, Melinda Sarman. Any questions?
Thank you. Melinda, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I get nervous and my voice shakes too. Plus I get really emotional. So I feel ya.
All right, Susan, would you like, I know you've got other public comments, and please, if you would like to make a comment, I promise I will ask you in a minute as well. Would you like to summarize those? Because I know you have a lot, but I don't think we need to read everyone. We will put them all in the record, just so everyone knows that I know you've read them and studied them. So
I'm prepared to summarize.
I
Let's see.
apologize to put you on the spot, Susan. I just know you've got lots of notes and
I'm not sure how you want me to summarize them, like all together? Each
just
one?
maybe just give us a summary of each one, or you can say, you know, I've got this stack that's in favor, this that's opposed. Here are the main points, or if each comment has different points, then let's go ahead and read each them. If not, I don't think we need to read, 20 comments that all say the same thing, whether
Okay.
in favor or opposed. I'm not picking sides. I'm just saying I don't think we need to spend quite that much time.
Okay. This one is from Sheila Smells, counselor at Northside. she said some of the same things that have been brought up. One more day expense of daycare, possible expense for parents. Extended workday and its possible effect on students who are already dealing with focus issues. And we would technically be taking away a safe zone for some of the students. She also mentioned, she wondered about our school psychologists, speech and occupational therapists who could possibly be affected with one less day to service our students. That's kind of hers in a nutshell. Gosh. Here's a nice short one. This is Kimberly Miller. I'm just saying that she's for a 4-day week and that it would be beneficial. Kelly Waldvogel said, vote yes. Cara Roderick. Yes, I think it will be a good impact on students and teachers. Todd Ratliff. Kind of the same thing everyone has been saying. He mentions financial aspect of bus drivers and substitute teachers. Megan Voth. I would like to read hers.
Okay.
If you don't mind. This is from Megan Voth. There seems to be an idea floating around that all teachers in Elko want a 4-day school week. Let me be clear, I do not want a 4-day school week. It's not the panacea we are looking for. A 4-day school week would make my life harder. I started this letter yesterday after school. This was after I spent an hour of my own time helping 3 students with their essays. Today after school, I spent 1.5 hours at speech and debate practice. The change in our schedule will make days like this impossible for me. My daughter's bedtime is 8 o'clock. The schedule change would mean I will only have maybe 2 hours with her every night, maybe. The required change in school start and end times will probably make it even less. An extra day on the weekend is not going to make up for a lack of time every school night. I believe this is true for most teachers with small children. I will be left with a hard choice. Do I steal time from my daughter to continue coaching and helping students on my own time, or do I choose my family over my students in school? I will choose my family. Many teachers will make the same choice. Furthermore, I do not believe that this will be a good fit for our students. So many of our students at Elko High are involved in sports and extracurricular activities. They will have to stay later after school for these activities, and then they will have to go home and do the hours of homework they are already doing. Homework is not going to go away. They will be busier and more stressed out than ever. The kids that come from families and backgrounds that afford them incredible opportunities and almost unbelievable resources will be fine. Even the kids that come from middle of the road families will probably be okay. But what about the students that exist on the fringes? They will be unquestionably damaged. How can we ignore this? How can we ignore that this will increase the stratification among our students? The NEPF standards urge us to consider what is good for all students in our classrooms. If these are the standards with which all teachers are measured, how can we, in good conscience, as a district, do something that is so obviously bad for students? The schedule will exacerbate the problems associated with students and teachers missing school. She goes on to mention they would probably have to go to a block schedule. And then she worries about 2-hour math classes. And she said, I'm not the only teacher that doesn't want a 4-day week. If we are worried about teachers being burnt out, that's not the way to fix it. So I think that's kind of hers. This one is from Bev Killian. She stressed, or she mentioned the after-school activities. She teaches a school called a Bible club after school called the Good News Club. And she said they would probably not be able to continue with longer days. And then she worried about like elementary school choirs who practice after school and what that does for that. And then one more, this is Brandy Orris. She said this would give, same that's been mentioned before about teachers having time to go to doctors and take care of themselves and use the Fridays. She said studies have shown a 4-day school week also benefits the mental health of students and in some cases decreased bullying. And then she goes on to say she believes it'll benefit students. because more involvement leads to healthier mental health, less suicides, and growth into more competent adults and active adult leaders in our communities. So students who are involved in extracurricular activities often miss important education provided on Fridays. So she is for a 4-day week. And she said, like the previous person, that her kids don't learn anything new on Fridays. And so she's in favor. And then I'll let Ms. Cassie put all those into public record.
Susan, thank you for doing that and for summarizing those and reading some. We appreciate that so we can get a feel for that. I know the whole board has received all of those comments. And as we said, those who asked to have them read into public comment, they will be attached to board docs. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to make a comment, or is there any other board member that has an email that they received that wasn't mentioned that was asked to be read into public comment?
Madam Chair, if I may, before the public visits, I did want to call out specifically, and but the survey was anonymous except for those that may have put their names in there. So I appreciate, Megan, you reading as well. That I'm aware of, the only other students that we heard directly from were the students of Abigail Parkin's class at Northside. And so I just want to commend them for taking the time. They wrote a letter in favor of 4-day and a letter in favor of 5-day. And then they signed which one they thought was best. So I just wanted to say I appreciate them. And I had a brief opportunity to visit with them today. It's a pretty cool class.
All right. We had someone else wish to make a public comment. Coming up, just state your name.
Hello, my name is Robert Miller. I really didn't have any forethought of coming up and speaking to you guys. And I was just, as I was sitting there, I was thinking and listening to all you talk and bring about very valid points. And right out of the gate, I'll just tell you, I'm 100% for the 4-day weekend, or the 4-day school day. But one of the things I was thinking of is like, yeah, some of the kids that are, struggling, they're struggling with 5-day too. I mean, it's just saying that lumping that they're going to struggle on 4-day isn't really giving 4-day school a valid, it's not giving it a valid shake, a valid chance. You're just saying, oh, well, they're struggling now, so they're going to struggle before. So what does that have to do with switching the schedule? I mean, I feel like there's so many more benefits to the 4-day school week, and sports aside, I mean, my son plays sports. He's a multi-sport athlete, and he has missed almost every single Friday since football started. Went from football, rolled right into wrestling, and now he's doing other sports. And so I mean, with athletes, that's not really why I'm basing my opinion on, but that's just one of the things that was brought up. Doctor's appointments, all of that stuff is very good stuff. I really don't see the downside of going to a 4-day. I listened to everything you said, and it was very emotionally charged, but based on a very small percentage of the people involved, the people affected. So we're gonna continue what we're doing that's not working anyway, because it might negatively affect a very few small people, portion of the people. But as a school board and as a community moving forward, we absolutely do need to address those issues. But just by putting a halt to any kind of progress isn't the way to address those issues. I don't speak for any kind of survey or anything, but in my world, every single person I've talked to is 100% for it. I have yet to find anyone against it, except when I come in here and sit and listening to those that you read. But I talk to a lot of people. My wife's a hairdresser. She talks to a lot of people, teachers, I mean, nurses, everyone she talks to is 100% for it. And it's kind of baffling me to hear that so many people are against it, because in my everyday world and the people I talk to and the people I see and the people that we interact, I don't really hear anyone against it. So I beg you, please vote for it. I think it's 100%, would be absolutely 100% beneficial for everyone involved. And even like Matt said, it would give the kids that are that small few, the ones that are disadvantaged, it would give them an opportunity, give some teachers an opportunity to focus on them or to come up with a better game plan.
Okay.
Am I out of time?
Right.
Okay, well,
Thank
thank you very
you.
much
Thank
for
you.
your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patty Fisk, and I work for the Transportation Department with the school district. My biggest concern, if we go to the 4 days, is how early some of us might have to go out on our routes. Right now, I am an elementary and a preschool bus. And I have some elementary kids that almost ride my bus for 2 hours right now as it is. And some of them are some of your, what you would call kids that are food starved, or I don't know what the proper term is. But I have the first boy that I pick up in the morning is from a hotel. And the first thing he does, he gets on my bus at 6:15 and he's like, Miss Patty, I'm hungry. Do you have anything for me to eat? We don't get him to school until 8 o'clock. So yes, he qualifies for free breakfast, but he's on my bus for almost 2 hours before he gets anything to eat. So once in a while, I will give him something to eat before the other kids get on the bus, although most of the time we frown on letting kids eat on the bus because it's a choking hazard. So that's another concern. And I just had to move some kids off of my bus because we were going to have to start going out before 6 a.m. to pick up everybody. And my route is only here in town. I don't go out of town. Our route doesn't go to Rendon. We don't go to Osino. This was just the in-town route. But that's how many kids we have on our sped bus, which was just elementary and preschool kids. And so I do have some preschoolers that are on my bus for over an hour in the mornings too. So that's one of my concerns if we move to this 4-day, because Matt knows how short we are in the transportation department. Like, we don't have enough bus drivers or enough aides right now to cover all of our routes. So I don't know what's going to happen when we go to the 4-day. I don't know if we'll retain all of our drivers and aides. So that's my concern. My second concern, my daughter works actually for the Division of Child and Family Services. And so I have a big concern about what happens with these kids that are coming from homes. I know last Thursday, they removed 6 kids from different homes here in Elko County on last Thursday. So I don't know, since COVID, there's been a lot of child removals. I don't know what's going on this winter, if it's just people are going stir crazy because of the weather. But I don't know, there's a lot of domestic violence going on against our kids right now, and that really worries me. What's going to happen on that other day that they don't have that safe haven of school? So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a comment? All right, go ahead, Susan.
I'm sorry, I forgot to summarize one of the public comments. And we'll see if I can, because it's a long one. This is for Citizens for Elko County Schools, written by Tammy Dickinson on behalf of that group. She went into a little bit about the formation of the group talked about the scheduling, that it's not really going to be significant in savings for our district. She talked about, oh gosh, sorry, it's hard to summarize. And I did read this ahead of time though. About the market being competitive. I know, Matt, you had talked about that. She talks about adequate compensation. And then she compared the trend to our neighbors in White Pine County about a charter school that operated there. And compared it, let's see, the school district. I'm not doing a very good job of summarizing. I apologize. Oh, yeah. Charter schools outperforming the elementary, yes. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And then that the governor's commitment to boost the per pupil allocation by about 2,000 per pupil. What does that do if in this charter school growth alone could result in a loss for the school district? Maybe you do a better job of about, I think Matt had mentioned it about spending money elsewhere. The hope of this group is that they'll be able to bring back a capital improvement vote in a few years to address the ongoing capital improvements. And the community will view the district asking for capital improvement money after cutting instructional time as proof of financial mismanagement, if that would happen with the 4-day. Taxpayers will not want to pay taxes for less success. In the end, it is our sincere hope that each trustee has done their due diligence, looked at the performance and staffing of the schools currently on the 4-day schedule, and multiplied the losses they are seeing across a significantly larger student population. We ask that the board be mindful that this push for 4-day has not seen community leadership push back, in part because it is being viewed as a way to block the district from reclaiming any portion of the property tax rate and as a means to boost voter support for school vouchers in private schools. We ask that the board deny the request to move to a 4-day calendar until capital improvement funding has been secured and a majority of the schools are performing at state averages. Sorry.
Thanks,
You've done
Susan.
a better job.
All right, is there anyone else on the board that wishes to address anything, make comments?
May I make one more
Go ahead,
comment?
Megan.
Okay, so 33.4% of students in our school district are economically disadvantaged. So if the board does decide to go through with the 4-day school week, I hope that the board can set up a secure structure for making sure that those who are economically disadvantaged, those who would struggle to get meals, that they would be supported under the 4-day school week.
Thank you. Anyone else on the board? All right, I guess, Mr. Anderson, you're not on the board, but I will,
I'm
yes,
not
go
on the
ahead.
board, but I raised my hand politely.
Thank you for raising your hand politely.
I will be significantly more brief than the last time I spoke, but I do need to start out by just like, Megan, you're killing it. And I'm not saying that because we have some similar viewpoints. Like you are representing your school and your family very well.
reals.
Seriously, like it's ridiculous. You're so good. Good job. So I want to just make a couple points real quick and just remind some people of some things in case they haven't been listening all along since last August. So I was the principal of a school that was in a 4-day week, and I'm going to, like, despite what I said earlier, I enjoyed my time in the 4-day week. And I agree with the sentiment generally that people who are in it like it. And I want to make it clear that I also liked it. However, from a data standpoint, I don't think that, so people will like what was mentioned before is they say it was going well. It's going well from a satisfaction perspective, but I'm not sure it's going well from a scores perspective. I'm not going to call out any individual schools right now, but the perception of how it's going versus what the data tells us is happening doesn't totally match up. It doesn't mean it couldn't be good. I don't want to say that's the case, but right now we're not at a better place scores wise now than we were before. That's just Nevada report card readily available information. That's not the case. So I don't think it's all bad. I think there's a lot of good that comes from it, and I do think you're right. People who want to find solutions will find solutions, and people who don't won't. And I think that's the most important thing that I mentioned earlier. I'm going to support whatever happens, of course, not only because I'm required to as an employee, but because if that's the existence we're going to be in, well, let's make it everything we can make it. And I totally trust. The Brooke, like you said, a lot of great things. The thing I appreciate the most that you said was that our educators are amazing, and they are. And I know that if we go to a 4-day, those adaptations can be made. And the real truth about anything we do in life is you will get out what you put in. And so if we put in negativity and problems into what we want to what we're going to do, we're going to have terrible outcomes. I'm just going to go ahead and say I made that bet today. If people go into this with a crappy attitude, then we'll get crappy outcomes. Whatever we end up doing, let's just make sure we give it our all. We do it with the best intent. And I'm just, I'm really grateful for all the different perspectives. I had several people tell me that, you know, because I'm against this, or because I've said things in opposition, it means I feel a certain way about certain people. And the reality is I do my very best to make sure you know all the factors. If one thing is very clear from your conversation, it's I think we all get what the pros and the cons are. And in the end, you make your informed decision based off of what those pros and cons are. So I'm very interested in how you're going to vote. And I really appreciate all the public comment, the email, the written, like this is how what we need in order to make informed decisions is information. And while we could always get more, like we would have loved some more from the parents, would have loved 100% from staff, like you're never going to get 100%. So grateful for those who did contribute. And I love that everybody at this table or this desk or dais, this structure have shared their opinions and contributions. So thank you.
All right. Anyone else before?
Have we
it?
discussed exactly how long of day it will be extended? Did I miss that somewhere?
You didn't. That would have to be something that is included in negotiations because again, there is no exact number of days we would have to do. It would all just depend on the minutes, how that shakes out over days, the calendar, and all that stuff is collectively bargained. Matt, you did mention at one point you would love something to be set up as soon as possible. We didn't set up a closed session because that I don't do on my own, but we have already preemptively planned for the possibility that it gets approved and have been in contact with the unions to have a meeting as soon as possible after whatever decision is made tonight so we can get moving on whatever needs to happen because tick, tick, tick on time. There's lots to do if this gets passed. So we're with you. We're going to get that going as soon as possible if that's the case.
Thank you.
Because I've had, I just got an email and then that reminded me of other ones that they want to know what that does to a school day. And I just don't think we're giving the public the information they need to make an informed decision.
I can't imagine that we're going to extend it farther than the other sites. Like, I can't imagine that. Like, just if we're playing devil's advocate and we're looking at hours, like I thought we were going to be done with this a while ago. So 7:25 to 1:45 p.m. Spring Creek High School, Spring Creek Elementary is at 8:10 to 3 p.m. So if you look at the information that's in the thing, what we have elsewhere is 7:55 or 8 a.m. is what the other sites are doing. They usually get out at 3:50 to 4 o'clock. Like that's just a generalized, you're not extending it much farther.
I mean,
So
generally,
if that's like holding people up, like what are we gonna do? It's not a lot of extra time. So.
Thank you.
And I know some people are like, well, how are we cutting off a whole day? I think it's important to note that there's passing times during a day. There's lunch, there's, there are passing times, and those passing times are not instructional minutes. Those are not times that would go into the instructional minutes, but we would add instructional minutes to the 4 days. So we're not losing instructional minutes. And it was very clear from the recommendation that came to Mr. Anderson from the Superintendent's Advisory Committee that there are certain contact hours that they want to make sure our teachers have with our students. And I think that's important to note. Many of the concerns that people have brought up were concerns that the Superintendent's Advisory Committee addressed, saying if we go to a 4-day, these things must be addressed. It is not the job of the board to address those. However, it is the job of the board to determine whether or not this is a course we should take. We've heard a lot of comment. We've seen lots of emails. We talked to a lot of people. We appreciate everyone who has shared their concerns, their thoughts, their support, their, everything with us. As I have weighed both sides of this and everything in between, this is a heavy decision. This would be a big change for our district as a whole. It would be a big change for the majority of our students. Many of our students in our outlying areas are already successfully participating in a 4-day week. Some people may say the data is not saying this, and some people say the data is fine. I think there are aspects of our student success we can't measure with data. I would be interested to know about the mental health of our students in the 4-day schools, if it is better than our students in the 5-day schools. We can't measure that with Nevada report card. We can't look at that and say, this student is going to be successful and this student is not. Students are going to be successful when they choose to be successful. Students will have challenges no matter how many programs or opportunities we give them. And we want to give them everything we can when they are in our doors, in our classrooms, with coaches, with teachers, when they have a bus driver that they can trust to talk to. We want to give our students the best that we can, and I believe we do. I believe we would do that on a 4-day week, just as well as we would do that on a 5-day week. And like I say, I've weighed all of these possibilities. I've been hearing about 4-day weeks for a lot of years. And as we move forward with the vote, because I think everyone has had an opportunity to talk, the clock is ticking. I am just going to say I see both sides, but I also see that change can be very positive. And if we go into a potential 4-day week with solutions in mind, we can be successful. If we go in looking for problems, yes, we're going to find problems. We have students that have all kinds of needs, and I believe we have the staff to be able to meet those needs with whatever situation they are given. And that being said, I'm going to just go ahead and say I'm going to support a 4-day week. I have gone back and forth because I see all of these different things, but I really appreciate the items that the Superintendent's Advisory Committee recommended to Mr. Anderson. I see that there are already solutions in mind for many of the concerns that people have. That being said, I'm going to ask if there's any other discussion from the board before, or from Mr. Anderson, before we move to a vote. Mr. Anderson.
This is not discussion. I just want to throw it out there. Whoever is going to be so bold as to make this motion, please be very cognizant of what your wording is, because that will dictate what needs to be negotiated with. If it is something very straightforward and the board doesn't have very specific requests, then there probably isn't much negotiation to do. So if there is something that absolutely, well, never mind. I don't want to drive your motion anywhere. Please be specific and conscious of your exact wording of your motion, because that is what we will have to move forward with.
Thank you. Is
So,
there anyone else?
I
Go ahead,
have a
Josh.
question specific to what we're looking at. So the recommendations 1 through 6, now that we're on these, professional development, certain Fridays, is that something we can dictate? Or is that something, how does that work as far as like, if we're like, hey, you want to go 4-day, then we got to do this on Fridays. Like, is that, asking how that goes.
Sure. So that is something that the board can say, for example, we are in favor, I move to approve to do whatever with the following things to be negotiated as part of moving to 4-day. And so you wouldn't necessarily, I guess Fridays is a little too specific. We could always potentially negotiate something different than on Fridays. Like we could put stuff on the front end in August, or like there's other ways around it, but essentially just declaring what are non-negotiables or what things are absolutely important to the board, so that we know how to, what we're trying to approach.
Okay, so I don't know the parameters then for professional development. So what are we, before we were doing it, what, once a week? Is that what we were talking about prior to COVID?
Yeah,
Or in general?
Prior to COVID, it was Ray, about a couple hours on a Wednesday, something like that. There you go.
Okay.
It
And
was essentially an early out, for whatever the equivalent of that is every time we do an early out.
Or a
it's-
late start.
Or a
Yeah,
late
some
start,
schools
sorry,
did a
or
late
a late
start.
start.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And so is that what we're looking, is that what the
I think
committee is looking for? What,
so-
I guess
yeah,
I don't
no,
know.
good-
I'm completely lost here.
Good question. What the committee talked about was, as a potential option, for example, was trimming minutes off of what we're currently doing for a 4-day employee workday model, such that those minutes add up over X number of days, to where on any given Friday or any half Friday or something, those minutes would constitute a contract day that teacher has to be, whether it's a 7-hour day or a 4-hour, whatever we're able to negotiate, but to make sure a priority is given to having some. So for example, right now, the 4-day, and I'm sorry to do this, but I want to make sure we're clear. Right now, the 4-day teachers have an 8-hour and 22-minute contract day. Whereas the 5-day people have a 7-hour contract day. So perhaps trimming however many minutes off 8:22 to make, which is, I know is a silly number, but 8:15 or 8 flat. And then you use those minutes to make up days for however frequently you add up those minutes. We still have to hit the 35 basically contract hours, because that's what they're paid for, is for 35 hours a week. So however we decide to trim those and then put those somewhere else for professional development. Dedicate contract time to professional development.
Oh,
Was that too much of an explanation?
No, that was fantastic. Cause I'm like, what do you, like, how far do we go?
Yeah.
I figured we'd have the actual.
So if you don't want to put Fridays in there because that's a little too much of an overreach, you can just say, with an emphasis on regular professional development, and we can decide what regular means and how we do that.
Sorry. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, in the interest of moving things along, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we implement a 4-day school week for all Elko and Spring Creek schools beginning in the 2023 and 24 school year, and that we meet again in an appropriate time to discuss those more intimate details when we have time to process that. We've gone through quite a lot today, and I think just keeping it simple would be right. So that's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, I guess I'm gonna make a recommendation that if you're going to make a motion, let's make sure we have the specifics in there that we need. Just looking down at the list of the 6 things that came as recommendations, I feel like the board looked at that and said, yeah, those are important to us as well. If those are important to us, then I'd say we go ahead and put that in the motion. Or if we look at that list and say, well, I only think 1 through 3 is important, or whatever. But let's go ahead and be specific. We have been talking about this at length. It will be the job of our staff to implement this, and they need direction. And I feel like in order to get calendars and everything else ready, schedules, it's time.
Jeff, I think I've got a motion that might.
That was
kind of
my
do
one
what you're-
time. You go
What you're
ahead.
doing.
Thank Matt.
I do have one question. though. Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead with your question.
Can you please, I guess, were the recommendations from the committee written? And can I repeat what I think they were so that the board, because part of my motion will say these recommendations. So I'm summarizing this to the best that I can. And I have, to Josh's point, taken out Fridays and said, number one, sure.
Hey, Matt, before you go.
Okay.
Doing
Yep.
that. So the block schedule. Are you changing that up too?
So sorry, me or?
Well,
Mr.
you should
Anderson?
reconsider, yeah, so the
Right.
recommendation was reconsider block schedule and schools was like a generalized, are you?
I think it is pretty generalized. And I think that, because it sounded like when Mr. Anderson read that there are schools that are set for this block schedule and there's not really a lot of reconsideration there. What I see this as is allowing that discussion to take place
Yeah.
to make it best for whatever that school schedule looks like on an individualized campus basis. It sounded like we currently can't do that. I mean, why can't we just reconsider it now?
We can. I'd like to be more specific. Whatever the wording says, I tried to explain it. The committee was not in favor of having block schedules because it would be detrimental to the amount of time a kid is with their teacher. So whatever the wording says there, that's the intent, is to get rid of block schedules as an option even for schools. There are people in the room that were there. Like, am I misrepresenting that, or is that pretty much how that went? Oh, okay, she was there.
That's how it went. And after hearing them talk and explain why, I am completely in favor of following exactly what they wrote down to a T. If I were to make a motion, I would say to consider and negotiate those things.
So this is written down as reconsider the block schedule in schools. It's not eliminate the block schedule in schools.
So is
if
that,
I'm reading it directly with what's written, that's a little bit counter to what Mr. Anderson had just indicated with elimination. That's where I'm trying to make sure that the motion's right.
Well, that's where I think that the whole negotiating comes into play.
That's a
Their
negotiated
recommendation
item.
is that there are no longer block schedules, but that is something that needs to be negotiated.
I don't know if
Yeah, so
block scheduling is a negotiated item. That's a,
right, let me jump in here. So the type of schedule a campus has is not something that is negotiated, but I think if it were important enough to the board, that something could be written into policy to say schools operating under a 4-day model may not have a block schedule, must use a traditional whatever. Like, that's it. We may not want to do that, but there are ways and parameters, but that's not something we would negotiate with the union, because a schedule is made by administration.
so then, so the current West Wendover schedule, this is a block schedule then? Do you know?
I think they use a modified.
A modified
as-
block? So if we
Okay, I'm getting nods over there, yes.
Modified block? Okay. So if we put this verbiage in, then that modified block's gotta go, right?
Unless, well, right now the motion is for Elko and Spring Creek schools. And so then that would. only
okay,
be for
so-
Elko and Spring
Okay,
Creek.
so I'm sorry, then hold on a sec. I don't want to confuse it. We've been here for like ever. I don't want to confuse. Back up what I said. Just cross that out. Strike that. All right. So this would be for Elko and Spring Creek. They would have to be in normal
Yes.
7 periods.
For today's motion, because right now, the way this is written is for consideration in Elko and Spring Creek schools. After determining what we think is most appropriate, the board would have the option to say, okay, now let's write an agenda item for how we're going to do it everywhere. If it's going to be everywhere, we could bring that back. But we're not making decisions for other schools today, other than the Elko and Spring Creek schools.
Okay. I'm just wondering if it's working elsewhere. Is this not? Like, why can it not be considered for Elko and Spring Creek? Like, if we got West Wendover and we've got the rest of the schools there, I don't have in front of me Wells, whatever, not going to list everyone, but if they have those and they have a modified or a hybrid, why is that not for Elko and Spring Creek?
Yep, that's a consideration. I would then remind you to redefine what working means. If working means it's happening, then yeah, it's working. If working means they're accelerating their test scores and improving in other ways, then I'm not sure it's working. So it just depends how you want to allow this to happen.
And maybe it shouldn't be in this, but with the 6 solutions, there's nothing in there that assesses, does this work? I mean, we keep saying, what do you mean by, is it working? Everybody loves it, but how do we measure that?
That's where I think we should follow the 6 recommendations from the advisory committee. And then I think add in there that in 2 years, we assess how it's working. We assess how staff and parents and students are feeling about it with another survey, another detailed survey, and but foremost, it should be student achievement. How well are students performing in a 4-day-week schedule? And then from the data that I've seen, it looks like 4-day school weeks do well at first, and then sometimes there's a drop off. So I would say you look at it in 2 years. Then after that, 2 years later, you look at it again and you make sure that it continues to perform.
But, and I agree with what you said, Brooke. I'm just saying, we have these solutions. I'm not opposed to these. I'm just saying, we need some kind of measurement, like how do we know if this is working? I think 2 years is too long. I think we continually need to look at this. I'm not saying, make a decision after 1 year, but it needs to be looked at continually, not just, so I think there needs to be a plan for that, which I'm assuming falls on you.
Yeah, so let me jump in here. Something very different from the way this was approved in the past and what we have right now is the Wells model, the Wendover model. Those had all the details ironed out already. And so when those were approved and had the contingency of we're going to review this in 2 years, even though that didn't actually happen, that motion was made when it was determined and decided entirely. I think it would be best if, given that this has things that have to be worked out still, once we have that ironed out, this will come back before the board, and we can do some sort of finalized approval and set a time frame for reevaluation. Also, as a reminder, as a board, at any given point, you are free to instruct me to have X school or X group of schools come to give a presentation on how things are going. So we don't have to wait 2 years and just hope things are going well. We can call them in, and administrators know that if the superintendent says there's time for a presentation in a month, then they'll be ready for that presentation. So we can do that on whatever schedule we want.
I would add that last time I checked, we're still testing every year. So the data's there.
Unfortunately, much more than every year. Lots of times a year. Yeah.
For sure.
But if you're just going by that data, it's not really working. Right, I'm just saying. So you've got to do more than just that if we want this to work.
Okay, so I'm going to float a couple of things first. I'm going to read through these recommendations because I'm not going to read through them in the motion because I don't think that would be cool for yeah. So I have modified this slightly, so please pay attention to where, and I'll tell you where I've modified it. Recommendation 1, professional development on certain Fridays. I've scratched Fridays to just say days. Professional development on certain days. That gives as much availability as possible is the reasoning behind my change. 2, maintain work hours for both classified and certified staff. 3, increase weekly student contact hours to at least 31 hours per week. 4, eliminate the block schedule in schools. That's the change because it was originally written as reconsider. So I want to make sure that's important that that was listed. Provide educational enrichment or such opportunities at schools on Fridays. I've changed that to say every Friday. Granted, there's holidays, I get that, but I would think it's important that we make sure it's understood. It's not just one Friday a week. I mean, one Friday a month. 6, consider food service options to be available for students on Fridays. Again, I can change that to say every Friday to make it consistent. Are there any questions or any requested changes to those before I move forward? So number 5 would be provide educational enrichment or such opportunities at schools every Friday.
Uh,
I would say that.
Oops. I don't think that exactly meets, and then like, again, if that's what the board wants to do, then that's great. That doesn't quite meet what we were saying, because those education enrichment opportunities, however it's worded, it could look different. And so I would not say our intent was to have it every Friday. I wouldn't say it wasn't not to have it every Friday either. Like it left flexibility for schools to do what they want.
do it.
there.
You want us to leave the door open that they can do it if the site, you want to be a little bit stronger than that.
Yeah, I don't think it was that they can either. Like there's an expectation that it'll happen. It was more that the board would financially support that. It would be in favor of doing that. And then we as directors would put expectations on our school administrators for here are some things, and please tell us what your plan is to address these areas of concern on a Friday. And they would let us know what they're going to do. But I would not say it was to dictate that it happen every Friday.
So if I said
Really vague,
to the
sorry.
maximum extent possible,
Sure.
would that address that?
Maybe it's
Area.
more appropriate to say to address the needs of individual campuses to adequately isn't some other word
To address the needs of.
to address the
individual-
needs. Yeah.
For individual campus.
Okay, so let's change number 5 then. And drop Fridays altogether to simply say, provide educational enrichment or such opportunities at schools to address the needs of each campus. Does that work?
I think we need to leave on Fridays because that was one of the things, I think was the intent was to, but
Give
maybe
them
not,
an
am I
area to come
wrong?
to.
I mean.
And I agree with that.
On Fridays is fine, Matt.
Okay.
I do.
All right.
I do.
All right, so
It'll be individual to each campus.
provide educational enrichment or such opportunities at schools on Fridays to address the needs of each campus. Okay. With that said, let's try this. First off, before I read it, I am going to say there is a date in here for reevaluation. The reason for that is, I don't know, legally, we can require an incoming board or a future board to do what we're doing. Provided none of us resign, die, get fired, or anything else, our last opportunity to meet as we are currently are elected is December of 2024. Therefore, I've said we will evaluate by December of 2024 because that's the last time this board will be here as this board, guaranteed. Again, unless something else happens. So I do have that date in there and I wanted to be specific as why I put that date. I also said that if there are substantial changes, that it would be presented back to this board for continued approval. That way, we don't just let the horse out and say, great, good luck, let's hope it works. So I'm putting that in a motion for a specific purpose. If anybody has questions on that, let me know.
I have a question on 6. So you said every Friday we're going to
Oh.
provide food options. That's what's needed every Friday. I'm just asking if that's what we need, if that's how strong we need to be there. I'm not trying to be, there's nothing behind it other than making sure because we reassessed the previous one. That's all.
You're right.
I think one question I have on that is, does it have to be on Friday or can our food insecure children be sent home with meals for Friday? Is that a possibility?
And so
rather
what
than
we're saying
we
is you have to do it
on
every Friday. Someone has to be there. That's what.
Yeah,
that's
what is the intent?
Or
Is
can we
that saying we
can
want
be
someone
sent
there every
home
Friday?
with a
I mean, I know we're
package.
getting into the nitty gritty and we need to have a
But I think it's
motion, but
important.
is the intent to have someone there every Friday? Or do we just want to make sure students who are food insecure have food on Friday available to
I mean,
them?
aren't they given
potentially on
don't we have the option to give them a a food
In-
bag on
it-
Fridays now to
In
go
the
home
committee
for the
meeting, I
weekend?
might be wrong, but their intent was just to provide food for those kids on Friday. If that's sending it home in a bag Thursday at the end of the school day, then that's sending it home in a bag at the end of the
Okay, I
school
say,
day, right?
Cody, come on up. Give us some insight. I see you got nudged. You're at the end of the table.
Yeah,
that he
it
is.
worked out pretty convenient. All those possibilities do happen. We have groups that send food bags home on Thursdays for that Friday, just like that. But we need to let you know that the USDA only reimburses us for meals if there's actual instruction on those days. And that's why I'm up here.
Does instruction count with item 5, educational enrichment?
No,
No.
it's not an instructional school day.
So we're picking up the tab for Fridays if we're providing this.
For whatever number of students.
Yes. So sorry, just to clarify, so if we give it out on a Thursday, are they reimbursed or no? No.
You have to work with the state.
Okay. So TBD on that, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
So either way, so for the purpose of this, it's a moot point.
I don't
either
think we
way.
need to say Friday.
Okay, that's what I was just saying. Like,
specifically.
I don't think let's leave it open for, hey, we want these kids to have food for sure. But like, if we say Friday, it's gonna be Friday.
So that's how I wrote it down.
Okay. And that's the reason that I had as well, something like that. So
Semicolon.
All right. Matt, you ready for the motion?
I think so.
I'm calling for the motion.
Yes,
Let's make it
ma'am.
happen here.
Okay. Item 6 then of the proposals would be to consider food service options to be available for food insecure students. Great. Okay. Here we are. Not quite the longest motion I've ever made, but we're getting close. I move that the Elko County School District implement a 4-day school week for all schools in the communities of Elko and Spring Creek, effective the 2023-2024 school year, requiring the 6 recommendations presented by the Superintendent's Advisory Committee be negotiated and or implemented, with a follow-up evaluation to determine effectiveness to be conducted no later than December 2024. Any substantial changes to the recommendations presented will be presented back to this board for continued approval.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a very long motion, which we have discussed at length, and a second.
And
Is
it's
there,
written and I can send it to you if you'd like.
is there any other discussion? I don't want anyone to feel like they did not have an opportunity. Board, but I think we've had a lot of discussion. Anyone else? All right. We are going to proceed to vote. All in favor as the motion, for the motion as read, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed, nay? Nay.
Nay.
All right, yeah, well, that's okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a hand vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, all opposed. All right, I will go ahead and read the vote out. It looks like is 5 in favor and 2 opposed, so the motion carries. And I'm just gonna go ahead and hit my gavel. I don't do that. So that motion carries, and we have just potentially made a big change for Elko County School District.
And I appreciate those that voted in favor because that made it really easy for me to make the
I knew that.
opposition vote. So thank you all. And I appreciate you allowing me to read that motion to make sure that it was the way I wanted it.
Yes, thank you. All right. I think we should take a 5-minute recess.
Thank
Anyone
you.
who would like to stay, please stay. If you would like to go home, we thank you for coming and being with us, but we will reconvene at 8:40 on the clock at the back of the room.
Wow.
There you go.
A little bit. Came here with this. No, and then changed my mind. I didn't thought I was gonna have. That's okay. That's part of it.
It is now 8:40. So we are going to reconvene. So everybody come back in, Mr. Anderson. Awesome. She can do it. Yeah, come on. Yeah, okay. All right, we're gonna start without Josh. Just kidding. He's coming, he's coming.
Is this mine?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
thank
yours. All right, it is still technically 8:40, so we'll give Josh a couple more seconds. Have you pull out your crackers. All right, okay. We are going to go ahead and reconvene. We are going to start on item 2.3, receipt, review, and possible approval of proposed changes to policy BFA, adoption and revision of policies. Mr. Anderson, give us a rundown.
Yes, thank you. So this proposed policy change, a little bit of background. It was brought to my attention roughly a month or so ago, maybe off of my timeline there, but that we as a, sorry, I'm not on the board, that the board had been passing policies contrary to what how our policy dictates we're supposed to pass policies. So having had that information brought to me and also having heard just in recent meetings, the way I interpret people's feelings about how we're doing that, I had two choices. One, either tell everyone, hey, we're supposed to be doing it this way, or bring a potential change to match what we've been doing for well over 6 to 7 years. And I say we, I've only been part of it for 1.25 years. And for the 5 to 6 before that, the board was doing things the way we're doing it. So we're at a point where I gave a proposal for how to change the policy so that it matches our practice. But if it is the will of the board to change our practice to match the current wording of the policy, then that's great too. But we definitely need to be doing what our policy says. I think that is absolutely accurate. So we have to determine what we want the policy to say we're supposed to be doing. And then however that happens, then we move forward. So that's the, I guess I can give sorry, that was the history. What the policy said before was anytime a policy addition, revision, or repeal, removal, I'm not sure what the correct word is, came to the board, that every time there should be, at first glance, it should be a informational only. At next meeting, which would be 2 weeks later, that there would be a first reading, and then next meeting 2 weeks later, there would be a second reading and action could then be taken. So the way the policy is currently written states that it will take 3 meetings to do every policy. Now, there is a clause at the bottom of that that says, when in the best interest of the district, immediate adoption of a proposed policy is necessary, the board may adopt such policy at the first meeting in which it is presented. So I think the board has just been really using license with that clause and passing policies most of the time when first presented. The new policy, which you have in front of you, essentially makes that clause kind of the norm, where I think the new reading, or the new, the way the new one reads basically allows the board, it doesn't prescribe the number of readings or way meetings have to be done, but gives the board latitude based on the nature of the topic, the severity of it, how much time they feel like they would need to consider those things, to just make whatever motion they feel is most appropriate for that policy instead of prescribing it for everyone. And that's about how I can sum it up. So.
Right. And I just really quickly, I know you weren't here when this policy was written, but kind of a history of why the policy was written that way. Can you give us a little insight onto that?
Sure, thank you. So we, doing a little bit of research looking back, in 2008, when this policy was created, while the internet still existed, our policies and our agendas and everything that has to do with board meetings did not exist on the internet. It was all done via paper. Cassie has talked about how she would go around to different municipal buildings and with a push pin, put our agendas on bulletin boards. And we have moved well beyond that in the last 15 years to where everything is the moment the agenda is posted, it's there. All of our policies in 2008 were in binders in schools and at central office. And if someone wanted to see a policy, they would go to a school building and sift through the index and the policy manual. And now policies are readily available for anyone to see anytime they want on board docs. And so it is my opinion anyway, that this clause of to permit time for studying all new policies or amendments to policies and to provide an opportunity for interested parties to react, that thing that is written in the old language is no longer necessarily relevant for most policies that we work on here as a board. Again, sorry, you work on as a board. Those with such access via the internet, people have time to see those things, and my opinion anyway. And so that part is pretty much left out of the new one.
Okay, thank you. Discussion from the board.
I'm going to jump in real quick. I think Jeff was on the right track earlier with when we had the discussion on the current agenda. The reason I voted against is because I didn't feel that eliminating those items needed to be done tonight. But I agree wholeheartedly that we've not been doing things according to policy, and I think that we need to do things according to policy. I was not interpreting the same as Mr. Anderson and Jeff, Mr. Durham. So I was reading it not as 3 meetings, but that as meeting 1 was including the distribution with agenda as an information item on the agenda. I mean, with the agenda as here informational, here you go, not saying that this is an information only meeting on the agenda. So I'm glad to hear that interpretation of it, because I think interpretation of policy is extremely important. I don't know that we need to take 6 weeks or longer to make changes to policy. And I would agree with what Mr. Anderson said. In today's age, if we get it on a Thursday, if we being the world gets it on a Thursday and we're meeting on Tuesday, that gives 5 days to review, but it still also gives first reading for this board to have another 2 weeks to make any other recommendations or changes. So I think that we can clean this a little bit, but I just wanted to kind of throw that out, that I don't know that we need to change the existing policy all that much. And I think we just need to go back to doing it this way. I rest for now.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to jump in here. This is something, I'm the one that found the policy and made you aware. And this is something that I asked for months ago too. It's just, there's not enough time in the day. A lot of us, I realize that may not be an excuse, but a lot of us this is not a full-time job for me. A lot of us run businesses and have other obligations, and those come at the worst possible time. If I have to see something on a Thursday and then vote on it on a Tuesday, I'm not able to give enough time to it. I'm just not. I like the policy, how it's written, with a couple of tweaks, but I absolutely oppose the new and proposed policy because I feel it just doesn't give enough time to look at things, and it puts the burden on us to have to ask for more time every time. And as we talked about, that can get real annoying and even, petty if somebody's always asking for more time all the time. And but I can see myself asking for more time almost every time. I like this, how it's written. I'm going to go through for the many reasons why. Number 1 is exactly what it says. It's to permit time for studying all new policies or amendments. It gives not only us, but the public and anybody looking at this, anybody who has a vested interest in a policy, to be able to comment and to have some input. The way I interpret this is written is our first notice on this
And what I would suggest is we change, it says distribution with an agenda as a information item. I would say that we change that to distribution with agenda as a non-action item, just as an informative announcement, exactly what it says, that a policy is being developed and that interested parties may submit suggestions. That way, each one of us as board members and the public has the opportunity to put some input in on these policies. I've yet to see anything except for maybe one or two that we need to rush through. Oftentimes we complain about how Congress will pass things overnight without even looking at them, without even reading them. And I don't want us to look like that's what we're doing here. I believe that we need that time. I also believe as board members, we have two duties. That's to hire a superintendent and to make and change policy. And if we go to a short window like that, then we're taking the power away from ourselves, the power to be able to study these more thoroughly, the power to be able to ask questions, to be able to find people that may be relevant to the discussion. When you put that into a window from Thursday to Tuesday with everything else that's going on, there's just not enough time there. I also think it could save us on the legal end. If we don't have, if we just have the idea of the policy submitted first, then we can even see if it's something we want to look at. Or there may be suggestions each one of us has from all our different perspectives that we can add into that and have those things incorporated into it and not have to go through a rewrite. So the two changes that I would make to the existing policies was that first one is changing that to a non-action item, just so it's more clear. Like Matt had that different interpretation there, and that would clear that up. And then the second to last paragraph, it's when in the best interest of the district, immediate adoption of a proposed policy is necessary. The board may adopt such policy at the first reading and just leave it at that. That way we see things in 2 meetings. We can go to a third if needed. And there's other reasons for that too. I want to bring up a policy that we made a change to about visitation. I have it here somewhere. I'm not going to bother with that because we'll get through this quick, but it was about school visits, and I made a motion to amend that to official school visits, because I make visits to the school all the time to go to basketball games, to take orders there and things of that nature. And I just, I don't want to, I'm serious about policy. I park on the street because of policy. I don't want to have to call the superintendent every time I've got to deliver a pizza or I want to watch a basketball game. And that never made it into the policy. It's not there. And it's, as of today, it's still not. And so by having these readings, by looking at it first and then having that, we can, as a board, it's like a check and balance. It also prevents, we're all a good group here. I think we work well together. We have differences of opinion, but we all work together. But in the future, that may not be the case. And this acts like a check and balance so that nobody can rush anything through to know if somebody's going to be gone from a meeting, that we can get this policy in while they're gone. It gives a chance for input, because it's over a 4-year period. I don't think any of us are going to have 100% attendance. And if you do, that's remarkable. And I commend you on that. But there's going to be 1 or 2 meetings that I get snowed in, or that it's happened already where I've had to call from the parking lot at Love's or and missed half a meeting, but I, still able to make it. But things happen. And I believe that we need that extra time in there, like say, to study and to be able to do that. So that's, I'm not going to make the motion right now, but once we get through some discussion, unless there's another one, that's the motion that I'm going to make, is we keep the existing policy with those 2 minor changes. And that's the why on that.
All right. Thank you. I'll go ahead and hop in and respectfully disagree on a couple of things. I've been on the board since 2015, and I've seen this in practice, and I've watched it move from the first reading when I was first on the board to utilizing the last part where it said, if it's the best interest of the district, policies are passed right away. So I have seen this in practice, and I've seen policy followed, the first part of the policy followed exactly, and I've seen where practice was more practical to utilize our time better without having to mull things over and over. I am not opposed to bringing something back. That's definitely the prerogative of the board anytime. Any meeting when you can say, I'd like to see more on this policy or whatever. I can count the number of times on probably one hand that I have had someone give me input on a policy change. It is usually something more along the lines of, like the 4-day week where you have everybody's saying, oh, I want to see this or I don't want to see that. But most of the time, people do not look at the agenda and say, I have input on policy. There are times, yes, that they come, and if someone has input, usually they show up to a meeting and they'll share their concerns about a policy. But for the most part, we would love to have everyone in the district looking at all of these policies and saying, I really have input. That would be fantastic. The reality is most people are not that engaged. I would rather have them more engaged with their children and have us working on policy. If I'm going to pick a place they're going to be engaged, I hope that's where they're engaged. But of course, we'd love to see more input. But I will say, having experienced this in practice, I think it is better use of our time as board members, as our staff, to have the option to pass a policy without having to revisit it every time. So I appreciate the new the additions to and deletions from the old policy. Any other comments from the board, questions?
So like for logistically speaking, the changes, we would do it at the beginning for the approval, when we approve the meeting, or we do it when we'd approve the meeting and come to the policy, and that's when we would do. I'm just confused on the verbiage. Or does it matter either way? Like if I do it in the beginning, like let's say there's something on there, want to do it to a first reading and I want to move for it, I want to move it to be a first reading. Would I do it at the agenda approval, or I would do it at the policy?
You would just do it when we get to that item.
Okay.
So
Alright.
say, you've looked at an item, you think, I know I need more time. As soon as we get to, say, agenda 2.7, you can say, before we even start discussion, you could literally say, I move that we make this a first reading.
Okay.
We don't have to discuss first before there is a motion made. In fact, you guys could, as a board, you could make a motion immediately as soon as we get to that, and then we can discuss, and then we can vote on that motion. Either way, but
Okay.
I don't want to ever have anyone on the board feel like they can't say, I need more time. And Jeff, I understand, your concern about being gone and saying, well, that policy was really important to me. I wish I had been able to give some input. And in that case, I would hope you'd reach out to the superintendent, anybody on the board, and say, I see that this is on the agenda. I know I can't be there. I'm going to be out of service. Is there any chance we can pull that off?
I
And
did reach
so,
out, so.
okay.
But let's.
All right. Yeah, I'm just saying, I think there's some procedures we can determine as far as board goes to make sure that every board member feels like they have the input that they need. But I don't think spending our time visiting a policy 3 times is good use of our time.
If I could throw one thing in there, just taking into consideration Jeff's potential suggestions for editing, while a board member could propose that something be reverted or be switched to a first meeting, if we list something as a non-action item, as you suggested, no motion can be made to do anything with that. That will and always forever be non-action when it's listed as that. So when we list things for possible action, that would allow someone to make something a first reading or table it to another one. But when it says non-action, there's nothing you can do other than have it there and see it and talk about it a little bit. So there's no changing that.
And that's something I honestly feel is important, that we need to be able to have people put in input and have it out there to where we have input. By the time we're seeing policies, they're already written.
You know, it's not something that I have. Most of these policies that come out, I may have suggestions for, and that's my job as a board member, but they're already written out. It's putting extra effort on my part to have to do that. I have to change what you've already done. And what this original policy did was gave us all the opportunity to have input on that before we did that. I urge all of you to think about that it's taken away whatever power you have as board members to investigate, to ask questions, and to add input. So you're either choosing to have a policy already ready to go and written for you, and you've had no input on it, and you've got 4 or 5 days to look at it, and that's it. Or with our current policy, as it was written, you have input. You have the opportunity to have influence on how that was drafted. And that is your power as a board member. That's one of the only powers you have. So like I say, I urge you to really consider that. And lastly, I would, to go to this is how we've always done it. In our conversation, I believe you said that there wasn't much done with policy at all with your predecessors. Am I correct?
Wasn't as much.
I didn't go count things up, but I would venture to say that we've done a lot more just in the last year or so with policy than the previous 5+ years that it's not that it was never done, but we've given a lot more attention to policy than people before have.
The way that I would picture this, though, is if we were to keep this, is that most things would go. We'd have that informational side where we can all have some input. And then in everything but a special case where we have a rewrite or some major additions, we go to that first reading and then we move to approve it. That's the way I would picture things going if we kept things current. So we're looking at 2 meetings, not 1. And with having this first protection as an information only, a non-action item, that is a check and a balance against anybody pushing policy through when someone's gone or something's different or in any situational thing. It's just, I think, a best practice for us as a board. It's to be able to involve the public, to be able to involve ourselves and give ourselves the best chance at having input and having influence on, because this is what we do. It's policy. That's why it's so important to me.
If I may. So Jeff, with what you just said, if it's an informational only policy or informational only agenda item for policy revision, you're saying that it's 2 meetings because that's information only. Second meeting, the board could say we're skipping second reading and making this.
Yes, the second modification that I suggested with the current policy would be the second to last paragraph. Well, even as it's written, that's what it says, is when in the best interest of the district, immediate adoption of a proposed policy is necessary. The board may adopt such policy at the first meeting in which it is presented. And I would say the first reading just to clarify that.
Or something along the lines of, because I was thinking about the same thing, because essentially that becomes moot. It won't ever happen at the first presented, but maybe the first meeting it is presented for possible
As an action
action,
item,
as an
yes.
action item, something
Yes.
like that. That would be a way of
And I would
rewording it.
see that being the norm, that it goes, that we make that motion, hey, let's go ahead and adopt this policy and go today, unless there's revisions and we need to rewrite and we want to see it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In most things, I'm an opt-out versus an opt-in. I'd rather it take an action of the board to make it a first reading than to make it an action of the board to make it a second reading. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm more cautious, and I'd rather give it 3 meetings if nobody does nothing. That's so great English. Sorry, teachers. Terrible.
Does anything.
Right. So if we do nothing, it would require three meetings. So I understand that. I'd rather that we have to take action to speed it up than we have to take action to slow it down, I guess is the point of what I'm looking at. But I also don't think we need 3 meetings necessarily for that to happen. So I hear what you're saying with being able to change that. I can see making it informational only, because I think that is important, that the district is as transparent as we can be to say, hey, we're getting ready for this. Here's information. It's like the consent agenda. We do nothing with it on the agenda. It's simply informational. And then we, go to the first reading. And if at the first reading, it's something that's easy for us to repeal because the, legislature just abolished all of this, then great, we can do that. So I understand that a little bit. And I don't know if this is the right time to throw this in here, but I did have another question in regards to some of the agenda items that we got rid of for today. On DHE and DHF, it said reason for revision at the bottom, and it included that. And I reached out to Mr. Anderson on that to say, is there a reason we shouldn't be doing this? I think that should be done in every policy that we do. And the reason why, when I asked that question, Mr. Anderson, he came back and he said, well, yeah, it's in the minutes, but that then requires us to look up two different documents. Why did we revise this? Because now we need to go to the minutes. Whereas I think if we put reason for revision at the bottom of every policy as we're moving forward, it's easier for us to then see, oh, okay, we know now why that policy was revised. And I think it doesn't rely on institutional knowledge as much, but I defer because I think you have something to say.
I'm gonna correct you. I didn't say you have to go to the minutes. My response to you was that it is listed in the background information. So literally the place you go on any agenda item to click on the attachment that would contain the policy. If you look right above it, right there, that is the.
Sorry. Yes, so I apologize. Thank you, and I stand corrected on that.
That was a product of Jeff's and my conversation, was, hey, you know what? It would be good to supply some background information, why this is even coming, instead of someone having to figure it out on their own. And, I'm always available to explain those things, but it's people shouldn't have to go looking for that. I agree. It should be there. And I told him, we will start doing that immediately for everyone that goes out there, and we're doing that.
I would add that requirement's already listed in policy BF too, that the superintendent provide background information on proposed policy changes. That's already part of policy.
And we're following it.
Thank you. So yeah, I apologize. Minutes was not right. Agenda was on there. You have to go to two different places. So thank you. So then good. I'll let that sit.
It's the same place.
It is, but if I go to policy BFA or whatever,
yes,
it doesn't tell me in there where that is. I would then have to go to the agenda of the item when it was passed to figure out why it was passed for that background. That's all I was saying, is that if we have policy BAF of, well, why did we do it that way? Or why did the previous board do it that way? It's already broken in there, and it tracks from this point. If we do this continuously from this point forward, we can easily go back and see every amendment, because every amendment we're going to strike. Well, why did we change this? Because, well, so I think it leaves a paper trail that's a little bit easier. But I appreciate that input very much. Thank you. I felt like that was really long for nothing.
All right. Any other
Thanks,
comments?
Jeff.
Any other comments from other board members?
No.
All right. How would the board like to proceed?
Well, I'll go ahead and make my motion then. I would like to make a motion that we keep our existing policy BFA as written with two changes. The first being paragraph 1, to read distribution with agenda as a non-action item instead of an information item. And the second change being to the second to last paragraph. And I'm going to leave that open, but to clean up the language to allow us to accept and approve a policy on the first reading as we see fit. I don't think that
I'll second
immediate
that.
adoption policy is necessary, has to be in there. It can just say in the best interests. I'm not going to give the specific wording on that, but I want to mellow it down to where it makes it a more normal thing to pass it on the first reading. That's
Sorry,
my
I was trying
motion.
to stop that only because that was a really long motion.
It was, yeah.
That was even longer than mine. But
Maybe not.
Not quite.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion.
So I thought we said if it states, so you are trying to state first reading is a non-action no matter what.
Number 1 is a non-action. Number 2 is the first reading.
But I'm just saying, like, so in practice, we have a policy that we need to read. The first time it comes out, it's a non-action item, is what you're saying.
And it wouldn't even be a written policy yet. It would be here, we're looking at this and we're taking input. That's how this is written. Distribution with an agenda as a non-action item. This announces that a policy is being developed in a particular area and that interested parties may submit suggestions.
Okay, so then the next time we would actually have like what we have in front of us
And then-
currently.
Correct.
So the first time isn't necessarily going to be anything like we have. I'm a
Yeah.
visual person, so I'm just
Yeah.
trying to,
It'd just be the idea.
and then the next portion, so then the next time it'll be something like we have in front of us. Potentially.
And then
And
we'd
at
be,
that point, we could adopt it or we can make changes or we can go from there. Is that how everyone else is understanding his motion?
I think that's.
Yeah,
how I
no,
understand
that's
it
why
as
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, that's how I understand it. Very importantly, let's not, I think we need to clarify the words
Probably
first.
clean up the
So,
motion,
yeah, so
yeah.
first reading, what, Jeff, I'm not trying to speak for you, but correct me if I'm misinterpreting. First reading is not the first time we're talking about it. First reading would be the first time I bring
Okay,
something to the board, but Jeff is saying we would require that before anything is ever brought to the board. I let you know CJ's working on this. What would you like to contribute as input to that before I write anything?
And it will be
So
on the
necessarily, there's never anything fewer than 2 times,
yes.
ever.
okay.
So
And to
I'm just,
clarify though, a written policy that needs to be amended could still come before to say, this is what we're looking at. So it's not
No.
completely doing that. It would be an amendment that CJ would say, hey, we're looking at amending this. He could, or staff could say, here's the first presentation, information, non-action item that says, this is what we're looking at. This is the proposed change. First reading would be the only time the next presentation, and that would be the first time we could take any action on it. The way you had said something is it sounded like you were saying draft everything. I want to make sure that amendments and repeals are still in what you're looking at as well for 2 meetings.
Well, I think it's spelled out.
Okay,
right
great.
Here in the policy.
I agree.
I'm
when you were-
just moving to accept
Okay.
it as written with 2
Perfect.
minor changes.
Okay, then you need to start over for me with my blonde hair right now because I'm totally confused. So if it's like Matt said, if it's some policy that's already in place and they're just revamping a few things or whatever, you still want it to come as Mr. Anderson saying, we're thinking about this. And then the next meeting, we might be able to vote on it.
That's how the policy reads, yes.
and several of the policies we've looked at recently are basically language cleanup. And so I will say, I feel like on those, it's having it come forward and say, we're just doing cleanup of language instead of saying the Elko County School District. It just now says the district. That seems like a lot of time for the board to spend
I agree.
on policy cleanup, which is a lot of what we've done recently. And I know we've got some other policies that are more in depth, but I would also state that if you're concerned about time, saying that, we're going to get this is a policy we're working on, I want your input. Is 2 weeks going to be enough time for that input where you've already got, time that you've been given a policy? I'm just saying you're giving yourself more work to do by saying, we are now going to give you all of this input. It says, this announces that a policy is being developed in a particular area and the interested parties may submit suggestions. You're saying that you want to take more of your time that you're saying is limited. And I understand all of us have limited time to make sure that every single policy, no matter what, you are able to make suggestions on.
Well, if
Just a thought.
it's something that simple, then I don't think it's going to take much time at all.
Okay. And so is it also necessary to bring it to the board twice if it's something that simple? I just don't want to pigeonhole us into, we have to see everything twice, because some of these things are very simple and I don't think that's a good use of our time. So I think perhaps we could come to a consensus on, there are times when we don't need to see something twice. It's really simple language cleanup, an NRS has changed and we have to make this change So let's go ahead and make this possible to do it in a first reading. I don't want to take that option away. I think we should have the option, yes, to revisit something a second time should it need to be revisited. But I don't think we should have it in policy to always have to bring everything back. I think that's just a lot of extra
Let me
time.
ask you a question though. How many of those items are so important that we have to do it in 5 days?
Well,
We
and
have to get that language changed immediately. I would suggest none of them.
well, and most of the
So-
time that's true, but also spending extra hours in the board meeting simply to make sure that, well, I read that the language is going to be cleaned up and let's not take any action. I think we should have the option to take action on the first time we see a policy is my thought. This is the will of the board. So we need to vote and
Can-
make that determination.
There's at least one other person in the room that I think would like to come to the microphone. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
All right.
Can I say something really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
As they're
Brooke.
coming to the microphone.
Yeah. So I was just thinking that in this new policy, the way it's been revised, I think it gives you the option to pass a policy if it's just minor words or whatever that are being changed around, or push it off to another meeting if you feel like you need more time. And I wouldn't hold it against anyone or be upset if anybody asked for more time, and I don't think anybody on the board would. The only thing that Jeff brought up that is concerning to me is the fact that if they were gone and it was an important policy for them, and you said, well, they could reach out and they could ask for that item to be removed, but then there's no guarantee that it would be. So is there a way to keep this policy just like it is, this revised, and add something into it saying that if a board member feels strongly enough about a policy that's going to be at the next meeting and is for possible action and wants to
And
have
have to be
input on
absent.
that and is absent, that they can request that that is removed, and that is granted, that's honored, that request.
I agree. Sorry.
Go ahead, Cassie.
You guys can keep talking. I just had a comment though. I really think that we need to ensure that we do have the opportunity if we need to pass something that night. It needs to. We have a lot of the times the state comes down on us and we need to get something in immediately. There's other times where we might have an employee that, you know, is taking advantage of certain opportunities in the system where we need to change that policy immediately. So I understand the fact that people may be trying to, you know, misuse and abuse, and just like the weapons policy, there's other things that are controversial. But I would really ask that you consider that we have the flexibility to approve things within the first meeting.
Cassie, thank you.
So how many times has that happened in the last year?
Cassie.
Possibility that it could is enough, right?
So just within the last year, the state has came down on us with a lot of auditing and fiscal management. That's why you see a lot of the policies today. Just in order for me to fill out the applications in the spring, which open up next month, I have to fill out a risk assessment, which includes those policies that were needed to be approved tonight. I think this has happened. There's been about maybe 3 meetings in the last year where I've needed policies approved like ASAP.
So Brooke, to your point on, yeah, you know, it could be kind of a gentleman's agreement of this is what we're going to do. I've seen boards taken over very quickly. And I would agree with Jeff that it's best to say, no, we're going to always opt out of it. And I mean, opt into it instead of opt out of, or whatever, when it is. I think it needs to be, this board is taking action to speed it up versus to slow it down. I don't think we should ever have to slow it down, especially because, as Jeff said, we have 2 jobs. We've done one. The next one is ongoing with policy. While I respect that, you know, that Teresa is saying there are some things we should be able to do, we're not taking action if it is a if it is a non-action item. We're just simply looking at it. It's kind of like the consent agenda. Yep. Okay. Approved. Great. We're done. A non-action item, we could say, this is informational. We'll have it back up next week or next meeting. But to Cassie's point, yeah, we've seen things that we need to get this changed right away. So perhaps instead of making it non-action item, the first reading is informational only. but with the majority of the board, they could say, this is something that needs to be passed. If staff is recommending that, and maybe that's what it is maybe when it comes out the first time, there's a note on it. Staff recommends immediate passage. The last thing that I'm going to say is, as long as we're not restricting it on the agenda with non-action item, there's not really a consequence for breaking policy. We can break policy. I mean, that sounds so terrible, but we can break policy if we need to. And so I think it might be better to say, not restrict it to a non-action item only, say information only. And if staff is recommending immediate passage, that's put out then, because that does give the ability for somebody to say, no, I'm sorry, you need it immediately, but we've got to have that time to review.
I thought informational only meant we couldn't do anything with it.
Susan, you're correct. Even if there's a recommendation from staff that says recommended for immediate passage and we put it in as an information only item, we cannot take action on that item. We cannot.
Rather have
It
it
has
not
to
say
be an action item in order for us to take action.
that. Yeah, I don't see what's wrong with making an action item, and then if we don't act on it, we don't act on it. For me, that's my brain.
Okay, I agree. And Cassie, I appreciate you bringing that up, because sometimes as board members, we don't know unless you let us know this has to happen by this week, because the state, threw us this thing and this is the first we've seen it, but guess what? We need to know right now. And I think if we limit to the board and therefore our staff by saying we have to see it twice, that handcuffs our staff when there are deadlines that they did not previously know about. So I don't think we want to do that. I think we want to allow our staff to do their job and make policy such that they can do it. And if this policy is going to limit, for example, Cassie from being able to get that done on time, I don't think the board is doing what's in the best interest of the district.
So how about this then? If we leave the policy written as Jeff has, with an addendum or some other modifier in there, in cases in which staff says immediate required, it skips step one.
I would not mind that, as long as we use the wording of emergency or detriment. It's something like, to make it an extreme exception. I don't want to make that something that we use all the time.
Kind of like how we fell into that habit of passing it first time with, because that was just more expedient. So it's easy to see where that could fall in. I could understand that. And I think if, there is an immediate need from staff, a superintendent can work with the board chair to say, we need this to go straight to first reading. If that's written into policy, then great. I think that satisfies staff's needs, but at the same time gives us that ability.
Cassie, can we ask you to come and clarify if that would be sufficient? Since, specifically, we're talking about policies that you need right now. How would the wording best work for you? Because I don't want to say emergency, because I don't think everything's an emergency, but it is time sensitive.
Yeah, I say if we just put time sensitive, I don't think it necessarily needs emergency, but this wasn't so much of an issue last year as it is this year. So I'll give you the background, Jeff. The state now, before we apply for any of our funds, which opens up in March, I have to do a pre-risk assessment. With that, I have to submit the audit. I have to submit all the policies that they want. They then review that, make sure that the policies are up to par. If they're not up to par, then they're going to reduce our score, which puts us at a higher risk, which means that we get more monitoring, and then we lose the ability to get our full amount of funding that we usually get.
So where are we deficient right now in policy wise?
Right now, they've just implemented this. So that's why we have the fraud policy. We didn't have a fraud policy before. So that's why we needed the fraud policy. With the travel policy, we weren't referencing certain parts of OMB and the guidance. So that's on there. What was another one that we had? We need like a procurement policy. There's just certain policies that we had before that were very vague. So we need to go through there. They now want to see procedures within those policies. So when they come on site and say, how do you do this? We refer to it, and then that way they can know that there's a control in place. So people aren't taking advantage of the system or just, so-and-so's doing it this way. There's just no control when it comes to our finances.
Holy smokes. I
Thank
can't,
you.
like, this is just this year?
It started last year and I submitted the policies and we did okay, but that's why we're doing them. We definitely, our policies and procedures are weak. So we need to tighten them up.
You mean weak by Nevada state standard? Nevada Department of Education standard?
The feds,
What's that?
federal government.
Oh, it's
yeah.
federal?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love that to be a two-way street, by the way. Can we evaluate what they're weak
Yeah, can we
on?
evaluate their policy? That would be great. Yeah.
So
No, never
then-
mind. Sorry.
So then I'm
Do you
gonna
have a
make an
question for-
amendment. No, sorry. So I'll make an amendment to Jeff's motion that in the case of, I move that in the case of time-sensitive policy changes, such change can be presented as a first reading
For possible action.
for possible action.
Okay.
Does that cover what staff might probably need?
That wording does, but it doesn't take away the fact that if we have something in there as an information item
Yeah.
first,
Right,
then
That's going to be a non-action item.
right.
then it's going to be a non-action item.
Right.
I don't think that wording satisfies the ability to get something through in a time-sensitive manner.
Why can't we just vote on what's there?
On the new written policy or we have
What
a
was-
motion on the
It's a
floor.
motion, that's why. yeah.
Oh, okay.
We have a
'Cause I'm
motion,
thinking,
that's
Call
why.
the question.
can't we vote
That's if
on
you wanna
what
go-
was proposed and then
Well,
go from there?
We can, but we do have a motion on the floor that we have to vote on first.
Okay.
And we did not get a second to that amendment, but it sounds like that amendment would not be sufficient for our needs.
So let me ask, I may have spoken too soon. Where would you put that wording, Matt?
I'd be happy with that wording to go. It can go as item 4. Basically, I'm just saying that our policy is staff has the ability to tell the board this is time sensitive. And in such case, it skips step 1. That was the intent.
I think that's
I think that would
confusing.
be best added to the second to last paragraph. And if possible, I don't know can I just restate the motion?
So let me withdraw my
Yes.
amendment
Okay,
first.
well,
you-
it
you
hasn't
wanna-
been seconded, so you don't need to withdraw. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I would like to make a motion that we adopt policy BFA as written with the following changes. In item 1, we change an information to a non-action item. And on the second paragraph from the end of the document, make that to read, when in the best interests of the district, immediate adoption of a proposed policy is necessary, the superintendent and board chair may list such policy as an action item.
Think that would meet the criteria. The only thing I don't know if he needs to restate it at all, but as far as your motion goes, we would need to tweak one thing, and that is that you said to adopt, and we would say to revise policy BFA because it already exists. So to revise BFA to state,
Yes. Okay.
right, very, very similar to what you just said, but
All right.
that word's important. But yes, the wording that you said, I think, would allow us to do what we're talking about.
I'll second that. And the reason I'm seconding this instead of the red line version, Susan, for your purposes, is because again, I want us to slow the process rather than speed the process. So that's why I think that this covers what we're looking for.
So then Jeff needs to clarify that one more time for me then, because between what you said, I'm I need it again.
Sure.
the right way.
So the old policy, as it's written currently today. Sorry, Jeff, I jumped
Just
in
let Jeff
front
do
of
it
you.
again.
I just
Go,
need
Jeff.
Jeff to repeat now what he wants.
I make a motion to modify policy BFA to read in section 1, distribution with agenda as a non-action item. And to modify the second to last paragraph to say, when in the best interests of the district, immediate adoption of a proposed policy is necessary, the board chair and superintendent may agree to list such policy as an action item for the board to adopt immediately.
So you have a motion.
Okay,
And
and we have
my
a second.
stands.
Okay.
Okay,
That's as clean as it's gonna get. Fifth time's
Just
the
a
charm.
question. Do we need to reword that as non-action item when an information item can't be acted on?
The reason I suggest that is because if you look at the agenda, we list things as action items and where does it say? Well, it doesn't say, but it says non-action. It just says meeting opening.
And it usually says
Section
for
1.
possible action, so it doesn't mean you have to.
Yeah.
correct.
I don't know why this can't stay that way.
All right, well, we
The
do have
reason
a,
I'm looking at it that way is I'm
Let's
reading
call the
it
question.
as
okay,
straight.
question has been called. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay?
I'll say nay.
All right, chair votes nay as well.
I
Do
haven't
we have-
even voted. I don't even.
Okay.
know.
All right, I'll take hands. We had 3 ayes, is that correct? 1, 2, and Matt, were you and I 3? Okay, all right. I know we have 2 nays, but we do need 2 other votes.
Okay, I'm gonna say aye.
Okay. All right, Adriana? Aye, okay. All right, then the motion carries. We will revise policy BFA.
And as a side
And-
note, Jeff, I've located the part of CM that you referenced that was never, the word official was missing. So found where that is. We'll get that in there
Thank you.
immediately. Yep. And really sorry that happened.
Well, obviously not intentional, but
I'll
it's.
take the blame for it. That's
But
on me.
that's part of the reason why we have this policy and why we look at things the
Yeah.
way that, or we should, to be able to catch that kind of stuff.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, so initially, well, I'm going to ask for some clarification as far as necessity here, since we have now officially revised a policy, which would allow us to adopt something at a first reading if it is a necessity immediately. Mr. Anderson and I guess Cassie, and this would be the will of the board, but I'm throwing this out there. If these changes are necessary for Cassie to be able to do her work, for the district to be able to get the money that we need in certain places, would it be appropriate to have a motion to bring those back to the agenda and discuss the ones that are necessary this week?
Well, I think it's necessary, but we've just got into a pretty deep rabbit hole of rules of order. And I don't know if once your agenda has been approved the way y'all approved it, before we got to the action items, if we even have that opportunity anymore.
Somebody pull out Robert's Rules of Order and find out.
Well, I was
Everybody has
trying
a
to-
copy.
I was trying to look at NRS.
Say we probably don't, because if there was someone that was here for that particular agenda item, now they've left. No?
Okay, so if they are not necessary today,
We can wait.
then that's what I needed clarification on. Okay, and that gives you enough time. Okay,
It would be nice though to understand why do we approve the agenda? Because there are some public bodies that do not approve an agenda.
It's just the agenda.
What's that?
It's just the agenda.
Well, I'll tell you why, is because of what happened today.
True. Okay.
I will point out, given the revision we just did, if we hadn't preemptively kicked everything out, we would still be able to
Yeah.
go through that stuff. And now we have to wait 2 weeks. But in this case, not an emergency, I guess.
And
Okay.
I would add, now we all have 2 weeks to study those items and become more familiar with them.
Okay, great. All right, we'll move on to item 2.5, receipt review and possible approval of authorized signers for the Nevada State Bank and Wells Fargo accounts.
Madam Chair, I'm just going to state for the record that I get no pecuniary interest in this, so I plan on voting for this, even though it's my name that's on the form. And if I need to so recuse myself, if someone could please stop me, I would appreciate that, but I intend on voting.
I don't think you need to recuse yourself. Julie, any information on this item we need to know about?
Yeah, so this is just to update the board members and the check signers. So the banks want to see this letter and the formal board action before they process. So I have the drafted forms from Nevada State Bank. Wells Fargo wants to see the board action, and then next meeting we'll have the Wells Fargo forms to sign. That's not another action item though, just signatures.
Okay. All right, any questions on this item before we vote? Do we have a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the authorized signers for the Nevada State Bank and Wells Fargo accounts as presented.
Thank
Second.
you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and that motion carries. Thanks, Julie. I will go on to item 3.1, our consent agenda. Go
I
ahead,
I
Josh.
just had a quick question that I just literally looked at. So I know consent agenda being what it is. Mr. Anderson, what would be on one, it's been inked out and says has been on one of our high set. And I apologize for,
Sorry,
I
can-
100% apologize for not catching it sooner.
Can you say?
You can't
what
say the
just said
name.
Again?
No.
It's the only one, isn't it?
No, there's three.
Sorry, that one.
It
Thinking
would
of a different.
be,
I'm just asking you to repeat what you just said.
so at the bottom, it says the applicant has been dropped. And so I want to understand the implication of us approving that as a has been as opposed to will be dropped.
Oh, because one form says will be dropped.
Yes, it's been inked in. And again,
I'm
I
looking through it.
apologize
Sorry.
for not
No,
telling.
you're good. You're good. You're good. Just trying to pull that one up here. Well, I mean, grammatically, the sentence doesn't make any sense when has been. I will say this, that our legal counsel has informed me that someone can write bibbity bobbity boo in on a form, but the form is as we put it. So I don't know what to take for has been. They checked a box next to where it says the applicant will be dropped from his or her school. And I can follow up with that school to see if they have already dropped that student.
Okay.
But yeah, grammatically, the way it's written, it doesn't make sense.
And then as far as procedural or I don't even, as far as
I-
anything otherwise, there's no.
We will follow up with the school about why that was written there and what implication that has for this application.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No, don't.
All right,
Move to approve the the consent agenda.
I'll second.
thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye and the consent agenda is approved. Item 4.1 is a report from our NASB director. Jeff?
More from me. I'll keep this real brief. We did have a good meeting last week. Did a lot of the committee assignments, things like that. I am on the membership dues committee. And then I also had my name submitted to the Governor's Advisory Council for Family Engagement. I'll hear back on that, but looking forward to that. There's a couple other things. We talked a little bit about the day with the legislature coming up. And that is coming up on March 10th in Carson City.
followed by a NASB orientation on the 11th. I'll be attending that. And also coming up April 29th, there's another digital threat assessment workshop that's invited school board members, superintendents, school safety specialists, school threat assessment teams, and school resource officers. So, and we'll be having the NASB meeting there the day before, Friday, April 28th. And that's going to be in Fallon, Nevada. So looking forward to that. And that's all I have. If anybody's interested in looking at the minutes further from that NASB meeting, I can get it to you. But the majority of it was spent, again, on committee assignments for the upcoming year.
And just to clarify, the trustee training on March 11th is new trustee training orientation, part 3. So we would definitely encourage everyone in their first and third year to participate in that. Yes, everyone is invited regardless of where you are, but by law, we're required to receive training, and that's a great opportunity to get that training.
Will they
Anything
ever
else?
do any training through like Zoom? Jeff?
No, they generally don't. Almost all of these are in person.
Could you make that a request? That it'd be nice to have, not necessarily every single one, but on occasion have something that virtual so that we don't have to drive somewhere to go?
Yes, yeah, I'll bring that up in our next meeting for
Thank
sure.
you.
I know that part of the reason for that is because there is a cost involved in attendance. It does charge. So, and then the logistics of it. But yeah, certainly I'll bring that up and in our next meeting for sure.
Thank you.
All right, anything else for Jeff? All right, we'll move on to item 4.2, items from board members.
I'll just slide right into that real quick too. I had 2 visits, one to Flagview and one to Southside. Southside, I talked to about some of their problems, and they had talked about bus service and that they have lots of disadvantaged kids that are right inside that 2-mile radius, and that they're having to walk across busy streets and under the bridge where sometimes there are some not so desirable people hanging out. And that was one of their major concerns. I wanted to present that as possibly something we could look into going forward. I know that our buses and stuff are stretched really thin already, but that did concern me in our discussion and seeing, some of the comments that they had made about some of the folks that hang out in that area that those kids have to walk through.
All right, thank you. Any other items from board members?
I have a couple. I think I've already told Cassie though to put stars on the agenda for next time. Mr. Anderson will probably talk about a little visit with stars, but I believe both of them can be here next time. I didn't want to ask them to be here on Valentine's Day. And then just a couple questions about the past couple meetings. I meant to ask this last time and I didn't read my notes. We talked about changing board meeting days and or times, and then I don't know if anything's happened with that. We've also talked about setting a date for goal setting. I know we're waiting for the strategic plan, but if we have an estimated time, because I know the rest of you are all really busy, so to find a time, should we do that? And then the other one is we talked about superintendent evaluation. Are we not doing anything with that? Going to do something with that? So those were just questions I had about follow up with those.
Yeah, thank you. And I know we had the board meeting time discussion and there didn't seem to be a consensus at all on when we could change it to. So
Yeah, I
We
just
have
thought we
not
were
brought
bringing
that.
it back and then I'm
Yeah.
like, are we going to bring it back? Because I think that was a couple meetings. Maybe it wasn't. Time goes by. Was last meeting.
Yeah. So I think it was left with, if you've got suggestions, send them to Cassie. And I don't know if Cassie has received any suggestions from anyone. Okay.
Sorry,
So
I
that
don't
was it.
even remember that part
Nope,
of it. So
that's okay.
I'll send a suggestion.
Right. And I believe we will put setting a date for the board goals or a workshop on our next agenda.
Thank you.
And the superintendent evaluation also is it's hard to evaluate a superintendent on our new goals. And so unless we want to kind of be unfair to our superintendent, I think we and this is at the will of the board, but we potentially keep the evaluation tool we have. And when we do have a board workshop and look at setting goals, we also look at how do we align our superintendent evaluations with the goals that we set as a board. So I think that's all future discussion, but
No,
thank you.
I think that's good. And just to let you know, I did, because I know at whatever time we discussed this, I had said, oh, maybe the PDP can help us make sure it's okay or whatever. And I did ask her, and that is not something they do. And so I didn't mean to overstep anything. I was just looking for someone to help to make sure we had a good evaluation that shows off your talents and what you do. And yes, I'm not for having an evaluation on things that haven't even come up yet. I hope people don't think that. I just want it to be a good evaluation that really shows what's being done and not fluff. So, good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything else? All right, we'll move on to,
I did just want to echo
moving
on the
on.
policy for the dates. So I would like that to be an actual item. I know that now that we've just passed the policy one, we might have to have it a couple of times, but if we can put that on for the next agenda, and that at least spurs us to do something rather than just waiting for us to put in dates that are good for Cassie. I know that we did talk a little bit. There wasn't really much consideration, but at that time we also were informed we couldn't do anything even if we had consension because we didn't have policy change written onto the agenda. So if we can add whatever needs to be done, informational item, non-action item for whichever policy that is for meeting dates, I would appreciate that so that we can get that done hopefully sooner than later. And the board planning retreat. So thank you, Susan.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 5.1, our superintendent's report.
So I'm going to ask a question before I do a report. It being that we have engaged in a discussion already of the board member, or sorry, of the board times. I know it doesn't say on their informational item, but it was discussed. Would it be appropriate to consider that a discussion that has already occurred and we could potentially take action on that? Or would that be a violation of, I don't know how much time is allowed to pass between the time you discuss something and the next time you discuss something. In this case, it'll be roughly 6 weeks. No, 4 weeks. 4 weeks.
My hope would be that if we put it on the agenda on the 28th, that this board would see that we already had that as a discussion item. However, what I've looked at is worst case scenario, it goes in as informational on the 28th. And I'm telling you now, on the 17th of March, I will be moving to skip second reading. I'm just telling you now. So whichever way we go, if we can get it done on the 28th of March and there's no issues, great. Otherwise, I anticipate by the 14th of March, we'll have something done.
Sounds like the item is time sensitive to me.
All right. I will discuss with the board president and we will determine if that is the case.
What was it that Mr. Mendez said he would do anything to get us to pass? Is there anything we can do for you, Teresa, to get that?
Might have to cash that
How
check
about we
later.
finish up this meeting?
Perfect.
Let's go.
Shut up, Matt.
Superintendent's report.
Louise. Okay. Unfortunately for you, I have some things to talk about. But I will try to be quickly with this. So we did conclude our strategic planning discussion, our strategic planning events. We're going to start pushing those, kind of advertising that and letting people know about it. That'll be an item for the 28th, our next meeting, an informational item. And I think that at that time, that would also be an appropriate time to decide on board, look at a board goals discussion. I'm gonna have to change my verbiage with everything we do. And I think I agree with not that I should have too much say in when and how I'm evaluated, but it does make sense to probably wrap this year up on the one we have and maybe spend some time between now and I think it's April or May when we typically do that. And then you can have a new one ready to go. So that from day one, that's what I'm working on. It was mentioned briefly, but we had a Milken Award winner, which is a huge honor for Reggie Soriano. The Milken Award is a national award. Only about up to no more than 40 of those are given out a year in the country. And Nevada got 3 of them this year, and one of them was from West Wendover Elementary School. So really, really proud of her. And obviously the great things that are happening in West Wendover Elementary. Was a heartfelt and just wonderful event that some of us got to go to, and it was great to be there. Glad I could witness it. Kind of the highlight of my week last week. So I wish I could talk more about the Milken Award, but it's 9:50. All right, next, congrats to we'll get these kids here at a future meeting, but last weekend we had some state champions. Individuals, Tanner Hall from Wells won his weight class. Oscar Botello from West Wendover High School won his weight class. Marco Romero, Eli Finlayson, and Camden Jensen all from Elko High School won their weight classes. And Wesley Rickapore from Spring Creek High School won his weight class. And additionally, the Elko wrestling team were the state champions for wrestling. So congrats to them. And like I said, we'll get them in here so you can shake their strong wrestler hands. Something of importance, there was I'm going to use the word assertion made on social media in the last week or so that the district was using its one-to-one issued Chromebooks to our students to spy on people in their homes. So I want to assure you as the board that I am not leading a spy effort against our students, nor to my knowledge is anyone engaging in such a thing. In fact, I'd like to dispel that rumor that is not only not happening, but it is not possible for us to do that. The GoGuardian software does allow a teacher to start what is called a session in which they would send a request to a student to talk with them. And of course, when you start a session, it would activate the microphone and the camera because that is how virtual interactions work. However, those things can only be done during school hours. And so, and as I said, it sends a request to that person. That person would have to knowingly accept the request to, it's hard to spy on someone when they've allowed you to talk with them. So there's that. And then 2, there is an option with work orders, things like that. If someone's having an issue with their computer, an IT tech can remote into someone's computer. But again, that is something that is initiated on our end and must be accepted on the other end. We have no location services available to track where people are and what they're doing. Nor can we just chime into their microphone and video, nor we cannot do that. And I feel safe and comfortable saying, nor do we have any interest in doing any of the things that were asserted that we're doing. So we are not spying on anyone. There was also a concern from people about why our students are unable to receive emails from their parents. And the answer to that is student safety. We either have to allow our students to receive emails from everyone on the planet or from only within our domain. And so in order to protect students from outside threats, privacy concerns, reputation damage, legal liabilities, the list goes on, we have our students able to receive only emails from within our domain. They're easily tracked. We can just be more secure about it. We recognize that it is an inconvenience sometimes to not be able to communicate with your student in that method. However, those Chromebooks are provided by us for educational purposes, and emailing mom or dad is not an educational purpose. That would be a personal purpose. And our schools are always available to send messages. If a parent calls the school, let's say your student does not have a cell phone because they're 7 and, well, I'm not going to get into philosophy there, but they don't have a cell phone for whatever reason. That parent is always welcome to call the front desk, say, I would love following message to be given to my student, and that will happen promptly. So we invite parents to communicate with their students in that method.
Mr. Anderson,
yes,
instructors can receive emails, correct?
Yes, a parent could email a student's teacher if there's a concern with what's going on. As far as, an assignment or something like that, and they could do that. Yep. Yes, absolutely. I don't want to skip the fact that tomorrow is SRO Recognition Day. Thank you so much to, I wish I could talk for more time about it, but we're not going to do that. But to Sergeant Brubieska, who is our kind of the supervisor leader of our SROs, thank you so much to her, to Deputy Unruh, to Deputy Cortez, to Deputy Steinfeld, to Corporal Morrell. Sorry, those first four were all from the Elko County Sheriff's Office. These last three, Corporal Morrell from Elko City Police Department, as well as Officer Hildreth, and that handsome gentleman in that corner, Officer Ratliff. We really appreciate everything our SROs do for us. I can't tell you how many times I've talked, texted, whatever with them on an evening, very late at night, or early in the morning, or on a Sunday, or on a whatever time of day. When there's an emergency, an issue that requires their attention, they are always responsive, and they are always there to take care of our students, whether it's physical, mental health, any other thing that they can do for them. These SROs love our students, and we love them. So thank you to them. Last week was also National School Counseling Week. So yay to our counselors. Thank you for everything you do. And I love that in conjunction with that, Elko High School put on such a phenomenal week of Mental Health Week last week, which culminated in an amazing 5K and expo on the weekend. And if I remember from reading your list of accolades, you're part of student council, right? So I'm sure you had a hand in working on that stuff. I got to interact with both a student named Sachi Barajas, as well as a teacher / advisor, just Miss Jordan Montez. And those two kind of spearheaded the whole effort and really just did an amazing job. And I love that this was student driven, adult supported, and the turnout was great. The support from the community was amazing. And that is one of very many things that we have been and will continue to do to address mental health needs for everyone across our district. So thank you so much to the Student Council at Elko High and to everyone who participated. And that is it.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah. I mean, I've already praised her repeatedly, but thank you so much for being here, Megan. I think you get the award for the longest student board member so far. I think some people have been here twice, and you may still be longer than, than one of those people. So thank you for enduring with us and contributing to the conversation. Some heavy stuff here, big stuff here today, and appreciate your input and presence. Sorry, it's 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Hopefully we don't make you tardy tomorrow.
All right. If there's nothing else from Mr. Anderson, we will go on to item 6.1, approval of the accounts payable.
Move to approve the accounts payable.
Do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, abstentions, or disclosures?
Are we just talking about accounts payable February 14th?
Just the general accounts
Just the
payable.
first one.
Thank you.
No disclosures. There was one comment that I had sent in a question for Miss Julie, and I apologize. It was an SA account, which I understand is student activity, and it was a $60,000 purchase roughly. So that student activity is just because we don't see individuals. Sorry, we're gonna have to get you guys wheelie chairs or microphones. That would be great. Yeah.
A microphone or many?
So that's just a lump sum to our student activity. So like credit cards can show up as just one line item and it's multiple purchases. You know, the credit card statement is huge. We can't list all the purchases separately. Sometimes we process deposits through the main account and then we have to cut a check to the fundraiser account. So we won't break out all those either. It goes through a clearing account.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, I will disclose that I have a family member who is employed by Wells Electric who is listed on the accounts payable, so I will abstain.
And I will also disclose that I have a family member employed by Wells Rural Electric, so I will also abstain.
All right. I don't believe we have a motion on the floor yet, do
Yeah,
we?
we already.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just It's 10 o'clock.
It is.
It's a long meeting. All right, we do have a motion. All right, thank you. All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? And we have 2 abstentions, but we have a quorum, so the motion carries. All right, we have 2 other items.
Move to approve the AP board member reimbursement dated February 14, 2023.
Second.
We can do both of those at the same time. We have enough present that we
Great.
could vote on both at the same time. if you'd
And
like.
then I'll remove my motion and remake the motion to approve AP board member reimbursement February 14, 2023 and AP board member reimbursement number 2, February 14, 2023.
A second again.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, abstentions or disclosures?
I will abstain. Since
Um,
one of those is for me.
Yes, I will abstain also because one of them's for me.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of approval, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye and the motion carries. All right, this is a final opportunity for input from the public. If anyone wishes to continue this meeting longer, and if not, meeting
You're
is
gonna
adjourned.
kill
Thank
me.
you. Oh, sorry.
VPs administrators in schools that don't have VPs with the thing that we passed tonight. Are they required at every Friday? Just something else to look at for your guys' side of things. So
All right, thanks, Matt.
Thank
can
you.
Visit
Bye.
with Super.